welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott.
Oops. Greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Once again, welcome back to Chats with Jack. And what a slip up. But hey, that's all right. I was just sitting here in thought, to be honest, thinking about the energy I'm going to share today. I'm going to slow it down, I think, a little bit. I think I'm going to slow it down. Time really got away from me today. That's why I'm starting a little bit late. Thank you for the patience for those who were, standing by. Thank you. Thank you for all of you who are joining in. Today I am being with love. That's the title of the stream today. And what I want to talk about, because being with love, man, there's something special to be said about that. And right now, here today, brothers and sisters, we are so blessed with so many different things in so many different ways. We are so blessed, but we don't know it. It's crazy. I didn't know it. Man, I didn't know a lot of things in the past, and I know I did my best, though. So I thought. So I told myself. But let me tie some of these thoughts together. Why I want you to also agree that we are so blessed in so many ways. In the description of the video today is a great part of this inspiration from a young man named Aaron Abke. I've reached out to him myself. I hope to meet him. I hope to speak with him, introduce myself, see what he might think about some ideas of collaboration and cooperation. But regardless, in the description of this video today, of this live stream, is a link to another video. I made it. I got like a page and a half of notes, but he's an excellent teacher, and check out his work. So his listening to his video was actually right in line with the inspirations with the thumbnail, right? His topic was direct versus indirect paths to the divine, basically, I think is what it's called, or something. But today's inspiration, the thumbnail, come to me, Matthew 11:28. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest, from Jesus. So let's think that through. For those who are or claim to be Christians, if Jesus, as God here on earth, is saying, come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. If God is saying that, if Jesus was the messenger, right? If Jesus was the messenger here to speak the truth into words so that beings like us could understand, if that's God speaking to you, how do you come to God, right? The Bible made a lot more sense to me when I saw Jesus as a symbol of love, Yeshua, Christ, the perfected love, the love without condition is what he demonstrated through his words and actions. It was love, righteous love. Okay, that was what was shown through that man. But let me come back to today's topic. Well, let's tie to that. How do you be like that? How do you bring yourself to love and just powerful love, right? The love that will overcome all pain, all punishment. Do you think you can? Because your beliefs that you cannot become that unconditional love, the being of unconditional love, the thoughts that you think you cannot do that, they're not accurate. They're not honest. So in great part inspired by like I said, oh, there's a title from Aaron Abke, and again, the link to this is in the bottom there. Let me address this. I do intend to drop the link. The panel format is changing though. Okay, for those who have been tuning in for different reasons, please recognize I have intention of bringing more order, more information, and more, I don't know. I intend to bring more value is what I want to bring. And I find this video very inspiring and with value. So this is where I'm taking us today. However, I will open it up later, but things are going to change on the platforms too. A simple expectation that the purpose be to have conversations with me, not just around me or about me. Life is truly fascinating, but I've been paying attention. It's been easier. It's been becoming easier as my awareness has been growing and changing. And I tell you what, this video in the the video in the link, that's what this is. He talks about a lot of these things. I'm personally incorporating several of the lessons I've learned from him. Actually, it brings up this too. He does quite a bit of instruction with stuff that is outlined and spoken of in this, A Course in Miracles. For those who have not yet, well, see, I knew I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, that was inner dialogue that didn't need to come out. For those who have not yet discovered this, I encourage people to explore this. I dropped a link in the pack in the chat for a Course in Miracles.org. A Course in Miracles, there's a story about it. I'm not going to get into it, but it is beautiful, inspired, spiritual messages. And I've spent time looking at this myself. The reason I bring that up is I know that Mr. Abke presents a lot of stuff from A Course in Miracles. So if you enjoy what I offer, please check out Aaron. He's an excellent teacher and his videos are entertaining. They're very valuable. And further, if you want to explore this stuff yourself, I do encourage you to look into A Course in Miracles. There's so much knowledge to be learned while we're here. And where do I want to take this? Being with love, staying on topic. That is what Jesus was talking about. Be with love. Love and humility. That's what this video is going to get into. Love and humility are the ways. Anyway, the topic of this video he's presenting is the direct versus direct paths. the two methods of spiritual practice. And they make beautiful sense. And the beautiful thing about our minds is as we learn different perspectives, our mind expands to consider things different ways. And when things are pointed out to us, it's like, oh, wow, yeah, man, that totally makes sense, right? Because, well, many things are written on our hearts already. There's a divine order to all this. So, the paths to the divine, I'll call it. Indirect is through self-improvement, self-correction, right? That's the path I kind of took myself, working the learning about self-development and working on my own self-awareness. Then the other path is the direct, the devotional, and becoming one with the I am, as Jesus spoke of, Yeshua spoke of. He was one with the I am, and he's just like you and me, with a different experience, a different perspective, and a different education. So, it took me a while to realize that, the truth is true, regardless where it comes from, regardless if you like it or not. And the truth is true. Well, whether you are aware of it or not, whether you receive it or not, pay any attention to it. The truth is true. And so there's a lot of truth to be found in the wisdom. Well, there's wisdom all around us. The Bible is a wonderful source. This video, let me get back to the topic, and here we go. I don't remember how much I want to play of this. I don't know where I honestly want to go. Let's just check this out. So he mentions the two paths.
Remembrance of love, constant remembrance of God. That's the direct.
Whoops, I won't have you do that. Like this, right?
Path.
Oops. No, that's right. I did want to play some of this. So he talks about the direct and indirect paths. Points out
itself as you in this form, and kind of it is God, right? I am is the one power, but I am is the way that you and I feel and experience that power in us. I am is the Son of God, right? I am is the Christ. I am is the source.
Right. So these three things are all the same. God, love, the I am presence that is within you and within all things, perhaps, but the I am is certainly within you and within me. And it's connected to God and love. They're all three are the same. Whoops, sorry. There was something I wanted to present specifically here. I think this was it. I apologize that I'm not that smooth with this. I'll figure this out.
This conversation, but all these three terms mean the exact same thing. Those terms are God, I am, and love. All three are one. Three different terms for the same thing, right? We kind of have a trinity going on there, in that God is the absolute, the creative principle, the source of everything. So we use the word God to refer to that absolute power, the one power. But I am is the way that you and I feel and experience that power in us. I am is the Son of God, right? I am is the Christ. I am is the source in you. So there's a kind of a distinction there, right? The source has individualized itself as you in this form, and the presence of source in you is felt as the I am feeling. But we can also say that the presence of, the fragrance of, the nature of what that source is, what the I am is perfect love.
Consider that. The I am within you is perfect love. Can you consider that? Can you accept that? Allow that? And you know what? I don't know the rules of copyright. I actually reached out to Aaron and one of the people on his team to let them know that I was going to be talking about this today. So, my purpose of sharing this is sincerely, not to steal or borrow, but without permission, but to promote, okay? To promote, regardless. Um, you know, I encourage you, like I said, there's several amazing teachers alive today that I've been blessed to learn from, many of them. I think this young man does an excellent job, and his videos are, more concise than the way I present. That's for sure. Obviously. Anyway, back to this. If you can accept, right, God and love and the I am, it's like that triangle. And I am, which is clearly you, you are perfect love.
Unconditional love. And that could be equated to Holy Spirit, right? The presence of love. So again, the indirect path.
All right. So the goal for us, for what we do is the goal for life. It's to learn who we are. And the best way to learn who we are is to be present. And to be present, how? To be present with love, love without condition. Because love without condition it's available to us all, within us, at all times. It's a matter of remembering. And that's what the spiritual practice is. Here, he goes into the indirect paths. I don't know if I want to play the whole thing, but where is it? The indirect paths, yoga, meditation. Actually, yes, the indirect paths to become one with the. I got it, man. I'm gonna figure this stuff out eventually. Okay, so the indirect paths to being with love. That's the topic of the title. How do you be with love? Well, you may not have understood what the topic was meaning when it started, but that is the purpose, is to help others understand what is being taught by others, how to be with love at all times, at all moments. It's available. It's the purpose. Jimbo Khan, God blessings to you. I appreciate the contribution, sincerely. Self-knowledge avails us nothing. No. Faith without works is dead. Yes, and there's more. Absolutely. Faith without works is dead, and more. There is more to that story. People have been conditioned and brainwashed, people being me in my past. People alive today have been conditioned and brainwashed to believe that we must work for everything. Everything must be earned. And the only way you earn is to be worthy in the eyes of others. And it's a bunch of nonsense. It's a kind of a distortion of the laws that really are. But praise God. In this moment with me, right? Settle into the presence of who you are, the I am that is right now. Settle into this moment with love. And that's simply how we're supposed to be. Okay, so if you can get that's the goal. What Aaron was talking about in the indirect paths, yoga, meditation. What is yoga? Unification, right? It's to unite. You unite your mind, your body, your spirit together in the moment, in the present. And I tell you what, if you're confused and distracted, you got the monkey mind going, get into your body. Go do some stretching sincerely, right? Do some breath work. Get out in nature. Feel the cold, whatever. Do something to get out of your mind or to bring your mind into your body, into the present moment. Because God is eternal, but you only live right now. I only live right now. That's the practice. It's what Eckhart Tolle is teaching. It's what many, many other spiritual masters were teaching regarding consciousness. The purpose is to be present and aware. So yoga, meditation, prayer, those are so important. Please do not deny your body those things. Yoga, prayer, meditation. Do not deny your body and spirit those things. Those are very important for your spirit. Okay? That's why we're here, is to feed the spirit of life. The spirit of life lives you. So grow that spirit of life into something great, not for yourself, but for the world around. I'm getting off topic. We were on the indirect paths to the divine. Self-improvement, yoga, prayer, meditation. Take it seriously. I'm encouraging you. It's your life. Do what the hell you want, honestly. But if you want your life to get better, take my word seriously. Take your life seriously. Take your health seriously. All right. Enough lecturing. Someone actually, they brought it up. The next step as well in the indirect is through good deeds. Good deeds, right actions, moral living. That is a way to perhaps become worthy of the good feelings that the Creator bestows upon us. It's through those actions that we are rewarded. So another indirect is through studying, learning, right? So you don't want to just include one and exclude everything. You want to have a balance to your growth. Fasting, purifications. Admittedly, I'm finding myself pursuing that direction right now. I've been allowing myself excuses and relapses with the nicotine, but today I'm doing pretty damn good. I'm feeling strong. See how long I continue. Anyway, so indirect paths of, spiritual growth, of ascending, enlightenment. I'm trying to remember how much I wanted to share of his video, but all right. So the indirect paths to the divine through yoga, meditation, prayer, through good deeds, right actions, moral living, then through studying, learning from others, fasting, purifications. Let's see. And I jump ahead until what are you talking about? All right. And then the direct path is through devotion.
Devotion to I am. Total surrendering of the lower self to the higher self. And the way we teach it here.
Dang it. You're not hearing it. You're not seeing it. Here we go. Oops. So again, we went through the indirect paths to the divine. I'm not trying to really promote everything he's offering, but it's so in line. And you know what? The topic is being with love. Love is God. Love is existence. These are great reminders. I just want to share this stuff. Okay.
Said the direct.
Oh, yes. And so the direct, we cover the indirect. The direct is the devotion to the divine.
Path is devotion to God, devotion to I am, total surrendering of the lower self to the higher self. And the way we teach it here is through focusing our attention lovingly upon the I am feeling as often as possible, giving up any other identification.
Just reminding yourself, bringing your awareness into the moment. I am. I am what? I am feeling. I am feeling what? I am feeling love in this moment. I invite you to join me. Okay? So the direct path is to check into the I am.
But to the I am, and trying to hold our attention, hold our devotion, our heart on to that I am all day long. That's the direct path. Constant awareness of, meditation upon, and contemplation of I am. Love, God, that's the direct path. So devotion is that constant remembrance, right? So here's where we get into the pitfalls of both of these paths. Let's start with the indirect path first. There is a line in A Course in Miracles. It's at the very beginning of the text where it gives you the 50 principles of miracles. And it says, everyone is entitled to miracles, but
Everyone is entitled to miracles, but purification is necessary first. That's from the A Course in Miracles, but it's also in line with words from the scripture. In a couple of verses I can think of, but I can't quote, but it's a beautiful thought. So purification is our own choice. We get to choose what we consume and retain within us. So purification is a path to becoming worthy of the spirit of the divine to grow through us. He covers a lot of this in his own in his own words. So
purification is necessary first. And so the path of purification is the indirect path. Nobody can purify themselves into God consciousness per se, because God consciousness is already pure. It has to be found in oneself. So we're purifying not our real self, but we're purifying all those obstructions that block us from seeing the God presence in us and holding on to the God presence in us.
We are purifying ourselves from ourselves. It sounds contradictory. It sounds impossible. It sounds confusing, but it's the simple truth. The goal that Jesus was teaching, the goal that the ascended masters were teaching, the goal that this young man is teaching us all, right, is the path to ascension. The realization that enlightenment is within us, the light of God is. It is the I am presence that's with us at all times. God is. It's so divine, so amazing, so miraculous, so perfect. God and love, those are existence. Those are what we are experiencing every moment. It's God in love in different forms, different expressions, vibrations and frequencies and sounds and colors and flavors. And it's like, holy shit, man. Praise God. Join me in this moment. please, with humility. We'll get to humility in this video too. I don't really know where this live stream is going, perhaps, but the point is, join me here and now in this moment with humility, seeking within to know God's grace, right? To know the comfort of love that God has for us all, for you in this moment. Oh my God. I'm feeling that love rising up right now, man. The love that God feels for you. Man. Do you feel that? Oh. So that's the goal. Every moment. That's what the devotion is for. It's to become present with the truth, the perfection of God, that God is worthy of praise. And when you feel that grace, the grace that God offers you just to be you, brings forth all the universe. The entire universe is what created the earth, and you and me. It's a universal experience being brought forth. Earlier today on a different live stream, they were asking the question, what is this place? And I wondered, well, what is this place? Perhaps this is the space where God gets to experience life firsthand through all things. And that includes you and me. So God is experiencing this life at this time through you, through me. Why not? Just to see what could happen, right? It makes sense to me. I've been thinking about this a lot. I can pretty much say for sure that only God is real. Everything else is temporary. So we are the temporary beings who are alive today. And I forgot. That's right. I got a video going here. How much do you guys want to hear of the video or me, or do you want the panel? Is any preference? I really don't know. Here. Where was I next? I had a few more minutes. Sorry, I interrupted
until
him.
it becomes our firm foundation.
Yeah.
So block, not our real self, but we're purifying all those obstructions that block us from seeing the God presence in us and holding on to the God presence in us until it becomes our firm foundation. So every negative thought, every base desire that we hold, that the ego holds, is an obstacle to the attainment of God consciousness or fourth.
Yeah, doesn't that make sense? Any negative thought, any lustful, negative desire, probably a prevention from the pure, loving thoughts that are available, the loving and giving, generous nature of God that's available to be shared. It's our negative thought, it's our conditioning. Here, I feel like I'm stumbling through this. I hope I'm making sense between what I'm sharing and presenting, but what's being presented here is the tools for you to realize your own enlightenment. Because the path to enlightenment is simply, it's more of an unlearning than a learning. Okay. What I'm offering, what Aaron's offering to you is a learning, is a reminder, right? Just a reminder for you that maybe it's time to check in. Maybe it's time to unlearn, break some of these patterns of thoughts, reevaluate the stinking thinking, the self-limiting doubts that are in there in your mind. We're offering you reminders, okay? There's a purpose for you. There's a reason you are here and alive today. There's a reason you can say, I am. Can you feel that life that's within you? Holy cows, man. When I started knowing where to look, where to pay attention to those feelings, holy cows, man, my life became better. Hey, thank you. I've been trying to figure out what look do I want to present when I speak at Congress or the UN. Do I want to have a big beard? Because I am coming from a spiritual approach, but I'm also coming from a business perspective. We'll get into changing the worlds later, my look later, but for today, back to Aaron's work. God consciousness. Between us and the God consciousness, the view that Jesus might have, the awareness of love without condition, what prevents us from experiencing the love without condition, which is what God. I tell you what, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this, and there's so much evidence that shows that God's grace, God's glory, God's perfection, it's worthy of some attention and times. It's worthy of some consideration, sincerely. So, I don't know where I was going. I'll get back here. Let's go back to him.
Density consciousness. And so this is why the indirect path is needed, because its purpose is to remove all such obstacles. And, you might think about it this way. How could you truly invite that eternal presence to live within you permanently? How could you truly invite perfect love to dwell within a body that's enslaved by lusts and grievances and a mind that's darkened by judgments and hatred? There's no way love can cohabitate with hatred. You have to prepare the room for love. I often quote this beautiful book that I read as a Christian kid called My Heart, Christ's Home. And it's this analogy of you're inviting Christ into your heart, and Christ opens the door and sees all this clutter and dirt and contaminants all over the place, this dingy, blown apart, messy house. And you're like, oh gosh, I forgot to make my house an available host for the Christ. I haven't even done anything to prepare a place for the Christ to live. And so Christ is like, that's okay. Let's go through each room together and we'll clean it up together, you and me.
That's such a moving thought, sincerely, if you caught that, right? Creating space, inviting Christ into the home, the Spirit of Christ, the eternal love without condition, inviting the divine presence of God into you and your life and your mind and your experience. Well, it's humbling. It certainly is. But if you can keep in mind that God would probably want that, be like, sure, no problem, man. Come on, let's clean it up together. Let's clean up your diet together with God. I'm suggesting play along like you're with God. Let's clean up my diet together. Let's clean up my finances together. Let's clean up my relationships. Let's clean up my bad habits. Let's clean up my anger. Let's clean up my lack. Let's fill me, right? That's what God is there for. That's what the seeking Jesus, seeking the Christ, that's what those messages are for us to know that, by God's grace, by God's grace, we get to be.
So you take Christ into the bedroom and Christ cleans up your sexual lusts, right? You take Christ into the kitchen and Christ cleans up your addiction to food and unhealthy habits. You take Christ here and there, all through the house, cleaning up the basement, the upstairs, downstairs. And eventually you have a true habitation that Christ can abide in. That's the indirect path. That's why we do it, right? But here's the pitfall, is that the path of self-improvement, as we said a few weeks ago, is preoccupied with techniques to practice and disciplines to be kept. And if the goal of the spiritual journey is to transcend the ego, the separate self, then ultimately all practices, other than the direct practice, must ultimately perpetuate that separate self in some way.
So what he's suggesting is when we focus on the steps, the meditation, the prayer, we focus on the doing, we can lose sight of the actual direct path, which is just simply the acceptance and devotion to the I Am. He covers something, a quote from A Course in Miracles, a bit here later. And again, I don't know the best way to present this, so please forgive me, but I encourage you to check the full video out. I'm just offering my perspective to build on that, to try and share. I don't know if I'm helping or not. He brings a quote from A Course in Miracles. And again, for those who are interested, I will put the Course in Miracles in the video description as well. But in the meantime, it's in the chat again, I think. A quote from Course in Miracles. The release from guilt is the ego's undoing. All right. And so what's our goal? Our goal is to literally, our goal, what we want to do on the path of enlightenment, on the path of ascension, of whatever you want to call it, transcending the third dimension, ascending. What you could describe it so many different ways. If you want to live a better life, how about that? Do you want a better life? It's possible. Bring God into your life. You'll feel better. Dude, the pleasures, the bliss, it's like, whew. Close your eyes. There it is. It's like, nice, man. Praise God. There's peace and love. There's so much love to be found right here and now. It's a matter of knowing where to look, knowing where to ignore. So the release of guilt is the ego's undoing. And by undoing our egos, we are releasing ourselves from the past limitations, the past memories, the past guilt, past shame. Although, I'm telling you, and he brings this up in this video, there's a period where you'll look back and you'll see yourself after learning some different things, and you'll look back and you'll be like, how was I so damn foolish? Why was I so arrogant? Why was I so stubborn? I'm sure it happens to us all. Then yes, as we become more aware, more guilt and shame can be felt. But here's the thing, guilt and shame without God prevents us from seeing the good. But, okay, and God, once again, in my vocabulary, I'm talking about love. So, guilt and shame without love will prevent us from finding the good. Okay, but guilt and shame with love will allow us to overcome. It'll allow us to learn and to receive greater things. But if we continue with our arrogance, and here, this is a worldwide problem, okay? And this is I keep talking about doing something big with this. It's my prayers, but this is what I want to take to the UN, to the American government, to the world leaders. There's no reason that human beings should be enslaved to this game of Monopoly. There's no reason that human beings should be playing real life figures in games of Risk and war, espionage, human trafficking. This is insanity, man. The way we're going to change this world is when each of us, and I'm speaking to anyone and everyone listening, I feel like I should be pointing out the obvious. I just don't know how to say it clearly, but being with love, that's what's going to change this world. I'm confident it's God's perfect design and perfect plan for us all to be with love. God is love. Stop resisting the love that's within you. Stop making excuses to deny your love. I can only love this one. I can't love you anymore. You did that. Oh, they think that. I hate them. That's a bunch of foolish nonsense, man. That's craziness. But I used to do the same thing. All right. Hey, golly geez. I forgot where Aaron was at. This is a long video too. Where do I go there?
That's not to say it's not weakening the separate self, because it certainly is, but it can't get rid of the separate self altogether, because the separate self's the one doing the practice, right?
Right. So the ego, our conditioning, our memories of ourselves, it will fight us with our growth. And this game of life is pretty amazing. There's so many aspects that just blow my mind. Here, I'm going to continue this. The awareness of love. Like, this was one of his quotes, and I don't remember where it was. The awareness of love is the very doorway to the I am. And I thought, that is perfect. The awareness of love. I've been saying that my awareness, the awareness that I have, is evidence to me that God is present. If I'm able to say I am,
many of you have,
then I have the awareness of being. By the awareness of being, that means there's a presence of God and life within me. And if you allow yourself, like earlier in the video that he shares, is the connection between God and love and I am. Humble yourself to that truth that I am. You are love. You are love incarnate, in form. You get to choose how much love you are, how much love you feel. Here it is. I really hope to talk to this young man. I'd love to have conversations about this, but
have echoed this in the comment section on these calls, that when you...
I lost my thought there for a moment. Here, the awareness of love, it is the doorway to know love. Because the door to love is not closed. So if you can find love within your perspective, realize that any objections are your own choice. We're not here to deny love from ourselves or through ourselves or with each other. So, I don't know, I did a bunch of notes, but this quote here, yes, everyone is entitled to miracles, but purification is necessary first. It would just make sense, wouldn't it? God will offer miracles, especially to those who are worthy. Who's going to be worthy of blessings? Those who are tested, refined, proven to be of sound character, noble, honest, authentic. Those are the keys, man. Purify yourself so that you too can have confidence within yourself. Right? This is where combining the indirect path of improving yourself, self-development, along with the devotional path. But for the devotional path to work, for you to believe that you are worthy of God's blessings and miracles, what have you done to earn them? According to your own judgment. And you got to be honest. When I started being honest about myself, I started realizing I'd been holding myself back. That was shameful, man. I cried so fucking much. Excuse my language. I cried so much with shame, regret, when I realized how much time I had been wasting with my foolishness of fighting and arguing and bitterness and fear and anxiety and depression and alcoholism and all this nonsense, man. It was a waste of time. Dude, do you know that you can feel good, like, just for no reason? Did you know that you can close your eyes and you can feel the presence of nothingness, and yet all time, and to feel no space and yet to feel all space in this moment? It really is. So everyone is entitled to miracles, but purification is necessary first. You know, the confused are blind to the good. I'll say that again. The confused are blind to the good. Who are the confused? Well, the confused are those who have rejected the truth. So it's God's perfect rules, man. God is so amazing. God is so amazing. Sincerely.
Cool.
Here.
But purification is necessary first. So it's only called the indirect path, not because it's not useful in some way, but because it approaches enlightenment through an indirect means. That is, by removing everything that is not enlightenment. By removing everything that's not love is the indirect method. Now, the direct method goes straight to the goal of enlightenment and apprehends it immediately, and then attempts to hold on to it until that awareness becomes permanent. So on the indirect path, there's kind of this feeling of seeking and striving towards a future goal, right? I'm not quite there yet. I'm working on myself. I'm improving myself. But on the direct path, there is no feeling of seeking anything. There's absolutely no sense that we are looking for something anymore. On the direct path, we have the feeling of, oh, I've absolutely found what I'm seeking. I've discovered the prize I've been searching for. The only feeling you have on the direct path is the feeling of trying to hold on to it, needing to hold on to that prize and not let it go. So on the direct path, the student has already found what.
See, and this is what you can realize. You can realize God's presence with you, within you, here in the now. And it can be instantaneous. It's by God's grace, though. Certainly by God's grace. All things are by God's grace. Through God. That's it. Find humility. And I encourage you to seek to know God for yourself. Seek to know the love that is. Know the love that is present here and now with you, for you, as you. Feel the love that is possible. from within you. And with humility, seek that through God. Get to know God. Get to know yourself. Screw the politics, screw the history, screw the whatever. You know what? Get into what is important. What is important is God. God is love. Love is your I am. I am love. See, and this is where it took me a while to really comprehend. But we are all just like Jesus in different ways. We're all part of God's unique experience of life, of history. We're all a part of that. The Bible talks about, and actually Aaron gets into this too, about we'll get into humility. Humility is the path. The path to know greatness, you must present yourself humbly, right? But be worthy. Know that you are worthy. Here, where was I? Did drop the link, I think, and yep, pinned it to the top of the chat for those who do desire to join. But being with love is the topic. This video is a man who knows how to do it. Man, he's been living this.
They're seeking the awareness of love, the I am, God itself indwelling within me. You've found the prize, right? No more confusion about it. But now you're only concerned with holding on to this awareness at all times, because you become aware of the fact that the only reason you ever felt separate from that infinite eternal presence, I am, is because you're continually letting go of it and grabbing onto the ego instead.
That's right. We can't hold on to God or our egoic, beastly, humanly desires and worries. We got to make a choice. And I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, choose love. Choose love. Love is the answer. Love is God. God is controlling. Allow God to control you. Allow love to control you. Okay, God is also the truth. Be humble to the truth. Don't place yourself above the truth just because of love. No, that's not how it works. But love and truth are powerful tools. They're expressions of the perfection. Love and truth should be what controls this world. And I think we've got a path to create it. Welcome, Joe. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. You're doing good. And that little fucking 10-second clip of that guy, that was cool. Now you've found the truth of God. It was in you. And now, you was doing well. I was happy to stay my ass in chat because you were doing so well. But I thought you wanted company since you mentioned the link. So,
hey, respect. I mean, this is a long video. I don't think I'm going to go through the whole thing.
Well, you can watch some. I was interested. I wouldn't lie. Whatever you want to do.
I encourage the link to this is in the video, and
I wanted to
go ahead.
Crack it. Oh no, I wanted to crack a joke on Jesse, and I'm kidding. I was joking. This is a bad joke. I saw Jesse last night, and we kicked it, so it's better. I was gonna say that, and yeah, and I think I don't know. I cracked another inappropriate joke, but that's not here nor there. All right, let's see.
I love you, brother.
I love you back. Well, I love Jesse, and it's funny to me when we, argue and shit. As long as we're friends when it's over, I'm all right with that.
That's the key. But there was something happening there.
Yes.
There was life lessons being shown.
Yes, they were. You got to get me in trouble, Jack.
Hey, whoa. We got a special guest here. Wait, maybe not. I'm not sure. Holy cows. Yes. we do have a special guest here. Welcome, our brother Z, the Tarek warrior. What an honor, my friend. How are you today?
Mr. Talcott, my friend, Jack Talcott. How are you?
Brother, I am feeling so blessed and honored. Welcome. It's good to see you. I think you've only been here like once or twice. And you've been away. Holy cow.
Yeah, I don't think I've been seeing you in the mornings even. I used to see you in the morning.
What's up, Mr. Joe Cool?
Good,
Jack, the pleasure's all mine. Mr. Talcott, the pleasure's all mine. I just wanted to come on here, Jack, and just kind of let you know, man, that I'm digging the Talcott vibe. I'm digging the Talcott vibe. When I go around to these different channels and these panels, I'm at a point, Mr. Joe Cool and Mr. Talcott, where I'm able to put my ego away, and I'll just sit back. I'll put my cognition away, and I'll just feel for a vibe. Talcott's got the vibe.
I don't know if you bullshit or not, but that's good shit, bro.
No, actually, I'm being sincere.
Thank you.
And because, as Jack knows, I mean, we don't agree on everything. Who does? But what I realize, and I've come to realize this over time with Jack, is that he has his intentions set on a particular course. Yeah. They seem to be pure.
Growing, being better, and helping other people get better.
It's funny you say that, Joe, because I was thinking that before I came on. Jack also evidences an ability for growth. Yes. You can see Jack over time incorporating information. Like, for one thing, Jack, I noticed you caught yourself. You almost referred to where we live as a globe. You stopped yourself and you said Earth. You said Earth. I watched it happen. And I said, I don't know if Jack's been paying attention to me and all my so-called crazy flat Earth friends, but I watched him. He didn't say globe. He said Earth. And I said, oh, Jack, he learns. Yeah, but right on, Talcott, man. I mean, look, our experience here, the journey we've been on for however long it's been, and you could see there's certain people who are interested in maintaining narratives and perpetuating discord, conflict, ego, and you've proven yourself, Jack, to be above those things. So for that, sir, I salute you.
You're right. A lot of people want to fight, and Jack is the only one who hops up and just does what he does every day. A lot of people are altering what they do to fight now. You're right. That's a good point.
Hey, much respect and thank you to you. I believe, I trust and know. There's a reason. There is a reason we are all coming together, joining together, and we're all learning together as well. So thank you, Z. I appreciate that you see what I'm trying to do. The goal is, my belief is, there is a better world that's coming forth through us, with us, for us. And the reason I believe these things is because of the men and women who my life has introduced me to. That includes you folks here on the panel, many in the chat, and, people like this guy. There's some great teachers sharing some pretty obvious truths.
Is it that they're more abundant, or that we just find them? So you got somebody. Yeah. Is it that people like you, Cats and Z, are more abundant, or is it that just because of the internet, I got lucky and found motherfuckers like you, and it's still only the same amount of motherfuckers that want to do good and blah blah blah?
It makes sense that it's both. There's because of the communication, there's going to be more people who are awakening and enlightening. It's just a progression of time. But along with that, not just the worldly explanation, but I believe it's a divine order.
I dig it. That's what I'm up to. Yeah, it's logical, man. I also think like this, Jack. When I think that thought that you just had, I think it's going to take a while. I think it's over a long period of time. And when you talk about it, I think that we have the same thought, but I think you think yours is more immediate, and I'm thinking more long term. I don't know if it is. Just sounds like it.
Oh man, that gets us into the topic of miracles. Someone earlier made a comment about wanting to see miracles.
Either, I don't know. Come on,
Well,
man. That's an easy. Where's that person? I'd love to grab
So
about miracles.
every second of this life is a miracle. You know, we're looking for miracles everywhere. We're missing the miracle that's been here all along. This existence is a miracle.
Either everything is a miracle or nothing is a miracle. I would say,
dude, that I didn't believe in miracles, right? I took the Bible as a story about a good man, but I didn't buy into the miracles. I figured even the recovery from death was some sort of distortion. I didn't really buy it. But the more I've been learning, people, the patterns that show through people through their near-death experiences, the people, the testimonies that are coming from people who attend events with Dr. Joe Dispenza, so many others.
I don't know that cat, so I don't know the reference. I don't know what Joe's talking about over there at that meeting, just so you know.
Understand. There's a lot of people. What Joe teaches is neurosciences, meditation, practices of energy work for healings. There's tons of people, and through my education, through the people I learned from, there's so many testimonies of miracles that could only come from the divine, come from God. So eventually I started humbling myself that, all right, if there's miracles, yeah, life really is a miracle. And I've said this before. It's a miracle that some of us are alive today, right? You could probably say the same thing for yourself, I'm guessing, right, Z?
Well, here's the thing, Jack. This was a secret that was occulted from humanity and hidden through the ages by those with the knowledge, is that everything is mind. Everything is consciousness. We're indoctrinated under a belief set that we evolved and then we developed big brains, and then from our biology, we sprung into consciousness. That's the complete inversion of the truth. Truth is consciousness, mind is the overarching reality. This physical world is a manifestation of the overarching consciousness. This isn't New Age. This isn't woo-woo. These are the things that were occulted through the religions, but kept by those in power. This understanding that we create this reality through our beingness. With that understanding, your very existence is a miracle by nature.
It truly is. That's well spoken. Thank you. Z, this is what I love about you, man. You've got such a beautiful expression. The way you speak, you got a flow, man. And you're very entertaining.
Well, I appreciate that, Jack. I really do. I could say the same for you, man. It takes one to know one. Well, and there is some rumors that I will be coming back with my show very shortly, Mr. Talcott. But all you out there will be a time change. So, Jack, if I do stream over top of you or at the same time, please don't consider it any type of act of whatever. Let's maybe look at it as a chance for greater collaboration, right? And, you said this yesterday on your show. There's a synergy that takes place when there's a certain frequency and a certain resonance. And a synergy is when basically the ends are greater than the means, or the sum is greater than the whole is greater than the parts, right?
Yes.
So if we take this endeavor here with that mindset, well, who knows what the possibilities are, right? Because they're not doing us any favors, Jack. I look at a community where we haven't grown really numbers wise in a year. It's anything that's just become dilute. So that can only mean a few things. What it means to me is that we're obviously being digitally corralled into a certain community or a certain group where we're identified. And, it's like Joe was saying a bit ago, where, are we just finding each other here? Are they placing us here in these communities? To me, it seems like they're corralling the woke ones together. They're just letting us fight amongst each other, tear each other apart, stay in an echo chamber, while they just continue to promote their, content that services their control. So we need to be creative. We need to do things to break the vicious loop. If we keep looping, we're just simply playing into their game, right? So how do we break it?
It takes the will and the determination.
How do we break it, motherfucker? Don't stop now. Shit.
I was asking you, Joe. I thought maybe you would know, Joe.
I'm sure you got some ideas. You thought this out clearly. It's good.
Yeah, I do have some ideas, Joe. I do. I'm going to save those, though, because actions are better than words. But I'm going to be employing some things to try to break out of these echo chambers. And primary amongst those is getting out to the people in the real world. So what you're going to see is me bringing this panel verse onto the streets and incorporating it onto the streets. So they're not going to be able to hide from us.
That goes in line with what you said. You were saying that as long as we stay in this small confined area, and especially when we're fighting, we're not so effective. So logically, we'd have to either bring people from out to see us and let them go out and disseminate, or we would have to go out. So it's logical.
Yeah, that's where I am with it. Ways to just be creative, man. And we have a number of creators in this, truth community, for lack of a better term. And what I'm seeing is, because of this, digital construct they place us in, again, it breeds the infighting, it breeds competition, because most of us are in a very limited mindset. We're all fighting for our little portion of a very small sandbox, but we're ignoring the beach outside and the ocean and the whole big world. And here we are with ego games. It's insane. We're talking about paltry numbers. The biggest people in this game are still small, relatively speaking, to the when compared to the entire landscape of social media. So what are we doing here, fighting with each other? It's absurd.
Agreed.
It's completely absurd.
Very good.
I absolutely agree. And no, snafu, you are not coming up. So I don't care your wants. I've told you. If you can figure out how to communicate with me civilly and productively offline, you know how to reach me. After we have successful conversations offline, I'll welcome you back to public conversations. But until then, take a hike, buddy. Okay. And I didn't mean to change that.
Well, on a different note, Jack, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's right on my mind. I've noticed there is a number of lovely ladies in the metaverse, and they have expressed a strong desire towards you, Mr. Talcott. I don't know if you've noticed that. Yeah, there's a few in the chat right now. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Melanie, and others, but Melanie Moran, I would say mostly, who seems to be kind of an attractive, woman. And I'm just putting it out there. So, Jack, I mean, I know you were contemplating, maybe do you keep the beard? Do you get rid of the beard? I think the beard's doing it for you, man. It's giving you some kind of, I don't know, something that these ladies are going for. So if it's not broke, don't fix it, Jack.
Hey,
Melanie is, he's talking about.
I've seen, she's very flattered.
Oh, I see, Melanie Moran.
There's been a couple that have been flattering. So, hey, but breaking out of this, dude, that's kind of what I've been talking about. I'm trying to reach greater platforms. I have conversations with people outside of this little group. I reached out to this guy again today.
This cat right here?
Yeah. He's got about 250,000, and I'd love, the idea is I'm not asking for handouts, not at all. I'm not asking for donations or any sort of pity or nothing. I am asking for a hand up. Anyone who wants to join and support, I'm trying to connect with. My idea is there's many ways. I've also, like you're talking about, Z, I'm going a different route, and I don't know about taping it. I don't know about videoing it. I just want to do it. I've reached out and I'm pursuing connections with the mayor and the local city council. See what
I'm curious, Jack, and answer me honestly. Why wouldn't you videotape it? He said, "I'm not sure if I want a video." Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with Joe on this one, but it's just our opinion, right, Jack? So
no,
he may have a good reason. I'm waiting for the reason. He may have a reason.
The goal is to succeed in communication. Bringing a camera in can cause unease, right? People react and they feel intimidated. So
weigh that against, and you're absolutely correct. Weigh that against you and him talking, and all the people who would see it, and the possible people who would see it. Any effect, in my opinion, that you could have talking to him, and hey, it was a great conversation. It's a 2 on the scale of a shitty conversation that everyone gets to see. Even if you stumble through it and everything, now we all get to benefit from it and learn from it. It's damn near no brainer. You got to document some of it, and also it's what you do, motherfucker. You do YouTube. You do YouTube.
Well, the thing is the goal. I'm focused on the goal. And the goal is really, if I do succeed in having conversations with these people, this guy, I've heard him. He's done interviews with others, and one of which is Marcus Aubrey. Between those guys, they've both talked to Gabor Mate, and
I don't know any of those cats you're mentioning. Just so I'm not keeping up with the conversation. He talked. I don't know who these cats are.
I understand.
I'm not saying they're small. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure he's great. I just can't keep up with the conversation because I don't know the references.
I understand, and the names aren't so important.
They aren't. If you were telling me the ideals, if you said he talks as Armbard or whatever, he's the guy who proposes this, and then that guy, and you tell me a little bit about their philosophy, now I can keep up with the conversation.
Gotcha. Well, Marcus Aubrey teaches a lot of health and spirituality, just as Aaron Abke does. Marcus Aubrey is more, I don't know, they're different, but they're very similar.
All right, which one is this? What's this cat name? Aaron Abke. Aaron all right, maybe we could listen to 30 seconds of this, do it or something, and if it's all right, and I can see what he's talking about.
Yo, this is what I've been playing like the whole hour.
Yeah, he's been playing it.
That's this guy.
He's playing this guy.
Thinking the ego's thoughts and be holding on to the awareness of I am at the same time. One cancels out the other. Yeah, they're yin and yang, oil and water. So you realize, oh, I'm not actually searching for anything. I'm trying to cultivate the ability, the capacity to abide in that state.
I mean, here's the thing, Jack.
Yeah, pause.
Perfect.
This is great, and I understand the idea of collaborating with content creators that have a larger audience and things like that. I don't know if we need that necessarily. I like it as a angle, but I don't think that's a necessity.
Because I think there's hold us back or anything like that. Right. You still got to do it.
Right. Because I look at that guy. Look, that guy, we don't know his deal. He has the look. He's obviously got the look. He's got the production. We don't know. He could be you know, a Hollywood fucking production, man. He could be, I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy, but you know, it's like, you know, there's the people in the ends, and then there's the ones that aren't, right? So we don't know who this guy is, who his family is, what school he went to. So, you know, these streets, this panel verse is kind of like a little gritty, a little bit more
I hear you. I was
grassroots.
thinking it, underground rap, but I was with you the whole way. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
exactly.
underground versus those
It's
other
actually
guys.
it's actually a pretty good analogy, Joe. It's like, you know, the best rappers are guys on the street, right? And then, you know,
And then
eventually,
everybody else tries to copy that, and you get a varnished version of some cat. But NWA, Boogie Down Productions, the guys who did the underground shit, they didn't go try to be like someone else and hook up with the big guys. They became that guy.
right? And they were just kind of, you know, or it's so it's like whatever this panel verse is, or look at like say WWE wrestling versus like some other kind of wrestling, but that other wrestling, like the local wrestling, maybe in like, I don't know, down south, that's always better. It's always more real, more entertaining. So I get it, Jack. There's this trade-off, right? But it's like, what's the Talcott lane, right? What's the Talcott milieu? And how do we maximize that, right? How do I maximize the Z thing? Because once we become then I'm no longer Z, you're no longer Talcott. We're just fucking anybody else. So I see where you're going with it, Jack. I'm just not sure that, like, you know, somebody like this dude would really be fruitful. But I know what you're saying,
Jack?
bro.
Let me hear what Jack said. What do you think, Jack?
I've come across him because of what he teaches, and what he teaches is it's the same stuff that I've been learning myself, and I'm trying to offer here. So his background, here's where the reason I brought
do
up.
Do you sniff that corporate stink on him? Do you sniff that corporate stink on him? Okay.
I do not. And let me offer too. The reason I bring up him and Aubrey Marcus, I've heard both of them and many others, people of influence, really a lot of attention, and they're doing great inspiring teachings. I've heard a lot of them say they wish they could do more. Well, I want to have a conversation with these guys and let them know they can do more. We can all do more. And this is what I've been created for. I'm telling you. And I'm reaching out to these people, hoping they will join me in my efforts. My efforts are to try.
If they do not, are your efforts for not? I mean, is that your goal, to reach them? Is that the goal, to reach them?
No, I've offered to these people the same I've offered to anyone else. I'm inviting anyone and everyone to join me in my efforts to speak to the citizens of the United States government and perhaps at the UN. I'd like to address the global media and share with people exactly what this young man is teaching. Okay? The lessons of humility, that's the direct path to spirituality, the direct path to becoming an instrument for God.
All right, let me point out the
obvious. Our humility.
Let me point out the obvious. If the goal is humility, it sounds like your plan is to get a bunch of people to put all of their efforts, all of our efforts combined, to put you in front of someone. Where's the humility in that scenario? Seems obvious.
Joe, what is the purpose? You know, you're ignoring the purpose.
Don't get mad. Calm your ass down.
Joe, I'm pointing out to you. You're ignoring the purpose and focusing on your opinion.
Be nice. Just answer the question.
Well, Joe, look at how you framed the question and listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was a loaded question. Here's what I'm seeing Jack's doing. I think Jack, it's the vibe thing that I was talking about. I think Jack, when he experiences somebody's presence, whatever it is, their content, he has a tuning fork. And when he feels as though that's the right vibe and it jives with his consciousness,
that's a better goal.
He seeks a collaboration, you know. I get it, Jack. It's natural to want to go for somebody who's going to be more consequential, with a collaboration would be of greater consequence. So
But
I understand that, man. You know, shoot for the stars, you know, hit the moon or whatever the fucking saying is, you know, like, I get it. I see what Jack's doing. I understand, man. I get it. And here's the thing, though, Joe. And again, I'll blow
empty.
I'll blow
if
smoke.
He doesn't do that. I don't want him to feel complete. I'll blow smoke up his ass. He is literally doing the shit right now.
Look,
this should be his goal. Finding that vibration that you're talking about, reach as many people as possible, and then think it would be nice to get these guys. Please don't make this goal. I don't want him to be disappointed if he does.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You know how much time you've wasted with us talking about reasons why you think I should be helped or I'm not?
Zero. I know exactly how much. Zero. I haven't wasted a moment here.
Well, in comparison to actually discussing, hey, what could we do? You know, if you don't agree with this guy, you know,
I haven't heard him yet. I haven't heard him
yet.
I haven't heard him yet. Remember.
And my idea is, I've imagined this could happen many different ways. And I'm inviting you guys, please think this is possible, okay? Because a world of peace is available. A world of peace and prosperity is available to us all right now.
If we get you in the right guy's ear. Is that the rest of that sentence?
Is that a problem for you?
Yes, it is. Put me in front.
So
Can I be the guy? Can everybody put their efforts and put me in front of the guy? Would you be just as enthusiastic?
Joe,
who do you think it should be,
Joe? What is the goal? Joe, goal?
I say it's Snafu. I vote for Snafu. He's got, I want to see Snafu.
Holy cows. Tell you what, here's the other point. This guy, I admit, is a better teacher than me. He explains the divine in much clearer ways than I do. That's why I'm promoting him. And that's why I'm inviting him to join my efforts. If I can get someone like him next to me to speak to the citizens in Congress, or not next to me, if I can inspire him to pursue these goals for himself, to believe that peace can be found here on earth right now, Joe.
Now you're talking.
That's the purpose. Peace on earth right now to end these fucking wars. You know how many people are dying? Every day, people are unnecessarily dying. Praise God. Praise God that we are here and where we are, and that the world is as it is. Praise God and thank you. Thank you,
Jack. And thank you, Lord. I didn't want you to leave off with saying that I'm wasting time and not talking about solutions. I come up with many solutions. I think I come up with many different things that we should try. And when we talk about solutions, you seem to have one. And it includes all of us join you and get you to that place where you do that thing. I am talking about solutions. I am not talking about that particular one solution. I'll help you, but that can't be the main goal. It has to be bigger.
Joe,
it has to be.
Joe, you found a reason to complain about every fucking single one of my goals. You found a reason why I should not pursue that goal. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
What are you mad about, bruh? Can we communicate without your anger?
Joe.
We did yesterday's show about communication.
Hey, Joe, I love you.
Can we do that without you becoming angry? Is that a thing?
Hey, I brought out some angry Jack for entertainment. I didn't mean any disrespect, okay?
All right.
I'm just you don't want to let him all the way off the leash, Jack. Jack needs to be somewhat restrained.
Well,
I get it. Joe Cool can push buttons. Joe Cool he's a button pusher, man.
That's kind of where I hang out at. It's not meant to push buttons, but that's where the shit is. I don't know. I don't want to say nothing.
Look, stupid. You know what it is? It comes down to beliefs, right? Everybody has a certain belief set. Jack, this is where I'm at now, man. Like with all the fucking nonsense and everything, and then when you try to look through eyes of clarity, to me, it just comes down to people's belief system. We hold things as fact that are merely beliefs. We base our thoughts and thus our actions off those unconsciously held belief systems. So if Joe Cool has a particular belief system, if I have a particular belief system, if Jack has his own, we're each by necessity, through logic and reason, going to be led to different thoughts and different actions based on our beliefs. For instance, Joe Cool probably believes that he evolved over billions of years. He probably doesn't think about it, but it's probably an unconscious belief system that he has, that he doesn't question. I do not believe that. I hold a completely different belief, right? So by nature, by necessity, in the end, Joe Cool and I are going to be led to divergent ideals, principles, thoughts, and thus behaviors.
And even methods.
It's about our beliefs. That's what it is. So if we can flip it on its head and tell you, and this is one of the reasons why I've been resonating with Jack lately, is because Jack keeps his eye on God, the creator. He puts it first and foremost, right? So when you have that as your North Star, as your compass, as your barometer, you're going to be led in a particular direction. Joe, you obviously have different beliefs. So yes, we're going to have conflicts, but let's understand where the conflict comes from.
Well, let's understand that. Yes, it's not a conflict in a negative sense. It's just one person's belief in another. It doesn't make it conflict. I have a huge issue. I don't join anybody. I just don't do it. I don't put anybody above another motherfucker. I put no confidence in no man. I have real issues with these things. I don't believe there is one leader. I don't believe in a leader. We need a leader. I don't believe in that shit. So I wasn't done, but keep calling my name and interrupting me anyway.
Joe, you know this is the Live Without Fear Jack Talcott channel. I mean, much love, Joe.
It's not the joke.
I gotta give you got balls, dude. You just come on here, smoking that sour diesel with that cookie. What is that? Girl Scout cookie, whatever you're smoking.
Equals. I am smoking something glue and ice cream cake mixed.
At least you're not sniffing the glue. Look, Joe. The reality is, we're in Talcott world right now, man. And obviously, Jack likes the interaction somewhat because he doesn't just boot your ass like he did.
No, sometimes I go to Talcott with this nigga. He appreciates it. I be there trying to help him in Talcott.
Well, he doesn't want to take the only black guy on the show and just boot him out. I mean, I understand. Come on, man. Remember Benson? They at least gave him a
don't have no
lead.
problem booting me. See, he booted me 2 days ago.
Oh my god!
Hey,
much love, Joe Cool. You're crazy.
Thank you. I wanted to jump in here. Z, you have such an ability to communicate, to observe, to understand. You're very intuitive. You're very gifted, and thank you, because Joe. Oh, geez, man, you triggered me. But
that ride the wave, find the vibe shit, that's the shit that I'm going to take away from today. I do too much in analytical shit. I do need to put the other shit aside and just ride the vibe and shit. I need to do more of that, and I'm going to remember that.
Right, and it's the other thing you should remember, Joe, is you didn't evolve from nothing. There's no evidence of that.
Well, I didn't know you meant there. I thought I meant I've been there with God from the beginning. I've been there with God from the beginning. That's what I think. I've been there for billions of years. I thought that's what you meant. From primordial goo is what you're talking about.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is make a point is that, people have a concept of God as a distant, impersonal God. They've combined God and this scientism that we're being given. Now it's, God set the universe in a big bang billions of years ago, but it's still infinite space and stuff. The reality is very likely that is not the reality that we live in. We appear to live in a reality that is mind, that is mental, that is consciousness. The physicality, or at least what we perceive as physical, is a lower vibration along that whole spectrum of mind or consciousness. I'm trying to get people to realize that because you were taught the complete opposite. And that's why we're so limited and we're defeating ourselves. They're not separate. You just think they're separate. At least that's my belief. That doesn't mean I'm right, Joe.
No. You perhaps are right. I think those are two separate senses. And what they're describing is what our consciousness, what we call reality. And me and you know it's just a vague version of unreality, but they're just describing that the sun goes around here. It's just a world that we created over here. When they're making descriptions, they're just characterizing this world. I don't think it means that they're absent or unaware of what you're talking about as well. That's the sin I think. When people are talking about science, it works here in this current reality. It's like if I was playing GTA and I'm telling Jack the rules and how to do this and switch weapons and do so and so. Those rules do apply here. They're not totally insane and nonsensical.
But the point is, though, if you have a certain understanding about our reality, things that seem impossible are no longer so. All right.
Agreed. Yes.
Then your consciousness has power. When your consciousness then comes into contact with someone else's, you've now multiplied that. It's more than doubled. That's the synergy.
Yeah, exponential.
And then another exactly. That's exponential growth. It's like Joe. Yeah. It's like they say, take a penny and double it every day. Within a month, you'll be like a quadrillionaire. Starting from a penny. That's exponential growth. That's the power of consciousness and the power of energy. We have been limited on purpose. If they told us how powerful we truly are, they wouldn't be able to control us. They lied to us. They hid our powerful nature from us for their benefit.
I would agree.
Yep.
I think we all try to unhide. I know I unhide, Z. I know you unhide.
Hey, Joe.
And yeah.
Finish your thought, please. But
no, you go.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Crap, I didn't mean to do that.
I was just commenting on what Z said. He was right.
Where were we at? I'm sorry, I lost it.
Probably somewhere at God, Jack. It's where we're at God.
Yes. Oh, there's so much. Yes, knowledge has been kept behind paywalls. Paywalls have created the illusion of authority. The illusion of authority has chosen to keep secrets, and we can overcome these authorities, and we can demand disclosure together. We can require, yes. What the fuck is the truth, right? We have a right to know this. And the government, the employees lying to us, the employees lying to us in the government, in the media, it's time to change their values. I reached out to Dr. Gabor Mate. He's an expert on trauma. And I'd like him to speak to the citizens of the United States government. I point out the obvious. The world is literally insane. People are insane from fear and greed. Lack of faith, a lack of trust is what creates those things. And so the fear and the greed has everyone obedient and reactive. And that's why we got masses obeying their bosses while there's wars going on, man. Why aren't we knocking on the, I don't know.
They're very effective. No, you're onto something. They're very effective. That indoctrination, or whatever it is very effective to the point where you can go. You've seen the experiment. I think it was the Milgram experiment or something, yep. Where they would shock the guy to the point that he thought he killed him, just following orders. Whatever it is, they are so successful at it. Really good.
Compliance. It's compliance. Again, when you study the occulted knowledge and the things that they've hid from us, you find that gender runs through everything. All right. There's a gender component. There's a duality to this world. You know, there's a light and a dark, a positive and a negative, and there's also a male and a female. What they've done is they've created a feminized experience for mankind. True masculinity. Right. True masculinity even in alchemical sense or an energy sense. We don't have to make it about sex and physicality. We're talking about a masculine and feminine energy. Think of the yin yang. We're out of balance because that masculine energy has been suppressed. The feminine energy is more compliant.
Oh,
right? So we have a feminized society done so and engineered for compliance. Okay,
Zach, what do you think, man? They are
the
intentionally
masculine creates and generates, and the female manifests. The duality creates life, but when the balance is
it's off. You can't create nothing.
disturbed, there's no creation. It's just an obedience and a manifesting of their creation.
Jack, you hear what he's saying? What do you think, man?
I'm gonna go back and listen to that again.
Basically, he was saying that they are intentionally keeping us away from our God self and that type of stuff. Intentionally.
It was beautifully spoken. There has been a conditioning. Initially, I had disagreements, but this is where I got to go back and double think, because you presented that the masculine had been suppressed, and I viewed it initially as the feminine had been oppressed, but because
of what? Why?
Well, my view on Jesus, the Christ, he was the divine balance, the perfection. He masculine on the exterior, right? He was the strength and the wisdom and the power of the man. But at the same time, he was the gentleness, the grace, and the wisdom of the divine.
So how does that go into femininity being suppressed as opposed to masculine?
Well, that's why I got to go back and reconsider, because Z brought up some interesting points. The world has
you can't create when the balance isn't there. That was
well, it's about balance. It comes down to balance. It's energy. Look. If we talk about consciousness, if we talk about mentality and mind, we're really talking about energy. The thing you need for energy, you need poles. You need opposites. You need a dipole. Okay. It has to be in perfect balance of positive and negative. You can use that as an analogy between the masculine and the feminine. They're the same principle, just a different domain, a different lens.
If you don't get the blend right,
then you don't have the energy. You don't have the charge.
You don't create the desired energy.
To have an electrical charge, and it seems like we live in electrical universe, all right? It seems to be electrical. That means everything. From your atoms to the way they form, to the way atoms bond. This is all about electricity, duality, and dipoles, right? So if you have a humanity where the masculine and the feminine is no longer in balance, you're going to have a humanity that fails to create, and we just become obedient. We become the female manifestors. The feminine energy manifests, the male energy gives, the female energy then manifests, right? So we're getting from the creators, we're not generating our own reality. And I contend we're generating the reality of the controllers, that they're actually using our ability as conscious creators in this world to generate their world.
Be specific, Z. In what way are they using us to generate? Because a couple pop into mind. One is that they tell us that they're great, we believe it. If they tell us the society and whatever fucking their gods or whatever the fuck we created, and we help them manifest the thing. But I'm sure you were thinking about something in particular.
Pretty much, I would agree with what you said.
Same type of stuff. All right.
Is that it's in an energetic level. Now you can look at it in a lot of ways. Some people will conceptualize it as mass media, frequencies, energy. To me, I'm sure that's a part of it, but I think this is a spiritual thing. And I think they use certain principles that they hide from us to steer and engineer mankind into a particular direction. And I think we're creating this world that we see around us, man, this world where people comply to authority's sake simply because they are a so-called authority, where we are no longer under a moral umbrella, right? So people want to argue about, let's say, communism versus the free market system, or they want to argue about democracy versus, say, some kind of socialist construct. But what everybody's missing is they're just particular mechanisms that could be employed either for an economy or for a so-called government.
Right.
But those things can only truly exist, I believe, in any functional way if they're under a moral compass.
Agreed.
If you have a humanity that lacks morality, no matter the mode or the system, it is doomed for failure and tyrannical control. It's morality.
I was about to say,
ethics,
Jack, you just laid it in
principles.
Jack's lap with that one, right? He's been preaching that. Listen, nothing happens without the morality, and the world that he was talking about the other day all started from people who have achieved that morality, which is why you guys couldn't communicate.
Well, here's the thing. Like Jack was talking the other day on here about he had a gentleman on here that was basically talking about communism. Okay. And you notice how people, it was like a world without money. I think it was something like that. Yeah. And people have a natural reaction towards that. I think because of our conditioning, because people associate democracy as good and communism is evil. They put a moral construct on just a form of government. The reality is whether or not a democracy or a communist government would be preferable or more functional depends on a multitude of things, okay? But saying one is good and one is evil, that is not appropriate to me because I don't think there's a morality involved.
They're more tools. Right? It's like saying a gun is evil. No, it's just a tool. Depends in the hands of.
Right. Joe, let's talk. Okay, so if you take let's look at communist China. You notice that it was able to, let's say, grow and thrive in that area. Well, look at the populace. You had either like a Buddhist, a Taoist type of culture that is more communal, right? A culture that is more, let's say, less individualized. Well, of course, a communistic type of government would have the seeds to thrive in that culture. But take America. America was a Protestant, wildly individualistic culture of people who migrated here from great distances. In that culture, you had the seeds for a so-called democracy or the representative democracy that they gave us. The point is, why should we say one is evil and one is good? There's no morality to it. It's a function of the culture. The reality is your government it should be an outgrowth of the humanity, right? Not the other way around. We have a system where the government is dictating the morals. The government makes what is right and what is wrong through their laws and codes and procedures. That's bullshit. The government should be secondary to our divine natures. They flipped it on
and
us.
Maybe even secondary to our culture, because in the terms that you put it, the Chinese culture was more attuned to ready for communism, and we'd be more attuned to a different because of our culture. The government would have to leave leeway for that as well.
Look, let's look at like a Native American tribe or an indigenous tribe. There's no government, right? But they still had leadership. They still had rulers, but there was no formalized government in a tribe. It's a natural extension of the community. You're the way you govern.
Jack is not going to be able to hold that thought. See, I don't know if you see him or not, but he's like he's smoking weed lately. He getting old. Go ahead, Jack. What was you trying to say?
Well, yeah, if I can jump in with a couple of things. The government, the structures of the government, it exists because people believe it exists. It has power because people believe it has power. Authority, same thing. What I've been viewing and seeing, the government and corporate structures, right? They're protected by two dimensions, by man's laws. People created the governments, created the corporations, yet people are dying because of these governments and these corporations. So I see the structures as a manifestation of the collective ego. Well, our purpose as individuals is to overcome, to transcend the limits of the ego, and to bring forth the light and the good of God. Right. Our governments or corporations could switch, just like each of us can. And what
Yes.
switches us
If we
all,
switch, they would switch. It's logical, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is what the honest and humbling truth we've got to accept. When we all decide that corruption can no longer exist in our governments and our corporations, we'll find a way to end it. We've just got to come together and create a powerful enough or at least the right ideas and the right people at the right time.
I think a good backup plan is, as long as we're good role models, it would happen generationally, the same way we deteriorated generationally by showing negative shit. If we were good role models, that's what we teach everybody else. The other kids will come up idolizing us, trying to do what we do, and those things. They see us chase money. Who was that? Confucius had one. He said, if the government itself didn't cover the thing, you couldn't give it away. If they didn't make these things look desirable to us, we'd be off doing something else.
Yeah. We wouldn't. Propaganda and mind control has been very, very profitable, right? Z kind of touched on it earlier. There's people studying people for a long, long time, man. And people in power have access to knowledge that you and I had not known.
Yes, they can manipulate us in ways that we're 3 generations unaware of, man. It sucks.
That's what's been happening. But here's the crazy part. We're not done yet. We're just getting started. And I tell you what, God created the men here on this panel, the people tuning in.
The tools that we have, the internet.
The tools that we have. By God's grace, all things have come forth. And here's where the practice happens, right? The purpose of each of us, what Jesus, what the other ascended masters, what Aaron is talking about, our purpose is to surrender with humility. Humility. I realized this a long time ago. It was my arrogance that was making me afraid and angry. So a long time ago, I realized that. And so then I started thinking, well, what helped me overcome my arrogance? The truth. It was either stop denying and stop resisting the truth, or continue to get angry and afraid.
I agree with that shit, because I'm a big fan of that shit, delivering the truth to motherfuckers and watch them get angry or afraid. And I'm a big proponent of that, apparently.
Yes. Well, this is what I realized. I keep mulling over this thought, and it's so true. Anger is a sign that change is about to happen. Okay?
Hopefully, yeah.
Well, anger means there's a belief, and that brings us back to the conversation where Z was at, but the belief systems. When our belief systems get threatened, just like the governments, just like the corporations, they defend themselves.
We do that fight or flight shit, yeah.
Our belief systems and our minds, man, our minds are pretty damn powerful. They are. When you think about the power of your mind, the specialness of your body, how amazing it is.
Let Z sell it. It creates every fucking thing if you could find the right tune.
Well, that's my belief, is that we really can create not just words and platitudes where people say, oh, positive attitude, in a real way that can be demonstrated, where your thoughts can actually create your world. It doesn't mean that bad things aren't going to happen.
Don't you think we created this one, Z? If that is true, we created this. We're laying in the bed that we together created.
I don't know. I go back and forth with that, Joe, because I've heard this argument, and I wrestle with this with myself. This goes back to the fall of man, Adam and Eve, and the concepts of what is this place, this nature of man, this place we find ourselves in, and we could have created it, but if we're being deceived on such a high level and manipulated, at what point are we really choosing it, right? So
meaning that
right. So at what point is somebody basically?
We would have created the victim status over here as well.
Well, the way I look at it is, there's a point where you're compelling somebody towards something, but then there's a point where, basically you're forcing them towards inaction, right? So at some point, for instance, my belief, Joe, is that we're being lied to on levels that most people can't comprehend, on pretty much everything of consequence, right? So that's the lens through which I view my world, and through that,
I think we both do, perhaps all three.
Right. So if we're being lied to everywhere we go, can we really blame ourselves for our current predicament? Now, that doesn't resolve us of responsibility, but go ahead.
When we created it, we created that foe, that adversary as well. We wanted a very strong, because of our ego, probably. We created that very strong adversary, and we had to come over here and fight him. We gave him every ability, agility, wisdom, and all of that shit, because we thought ourselves full of all of those things. And this is the foe that we would have created. And now we're battling our creation. Yeah, he may be winning, meaning, like you said, we believe his mist and magic, he's winning. But we created it nonetheless. I bet it's only logical with the first shit you said, that our subconscious is the creator. What are we creating? Where is it? Another us is over here experiencing previous creation. It's super logical.
Maybe, could be. Again, these are beliefs.
It's all.
It's all. But if, with the understanding that, I said it like this to somebody the other day. We think you have a soul within your body.
Yeah.
The greater reality is likely your body is within your soul. You got to flip it around. People think of a soul within a body. You're a body within a soul. Your essence extends beyond you.
I'm still trying to grab that one.
That's why I put it like that, Joe. Because we all were conditioned with a certain paradigm. Okay.
Explain the soul. The body is in the soul. You know that's hard to visualize.
Everybody says, "Oh, you have a soul in your body," and that's the way we think of it. Well, I flip it. What if we thought of if your body is in your soul? Completely flip it. It gives you a different concept of who you are. It separates the me from the I, and how those different, let's say, personas integrate with the whole source reality. Is you're not a soul within a body. You're a body within a soul.
The balance.
Joe, you can take people's auras. There's certain cameras where you take somebody's aura and you can see their body extend beyond.
I heard that, and I've seen some that were pretty good. I don't know. Yes, Jack.
I'd like to be able to jump in here, but
well, do it. That's what men do.
Well, Joe, you're not fucking talking to me, dumbass.
I should be talking to you more.
Well,
it's my duty, not your duty to just say, not your duty to just voice up and say a thing. It's my duty to make the opening.
Hey, Joe, what I'd like you to do is recognize, tell you what I'd like you to do, Joe, is recognize my purpose. And my purpose is the topic being with love. These things that you're talking about, Joe, I was going to bring you right back up. I put you in the back because you're irritating me, man. Shoot. I've been trying to get Joe to understand. If he paid attention, but he said, he revealed some things here that I'm not sure how to articulate clearly.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, there's been a lot of people who want to prove themselves better than me, or to prove that I'm nothing special, not to be taken seriously. Joe revealed that again today. And Z, there's something amazing going on, brother. You get it. I don't know what that beeping is either, by the way. It's not my Discord, but I know
I don't know.
Is
it your e-cigarette? So you let something out, Jack. So I didn't know are you a smoker or an e-smoker? Are you a vapor at this point? Are you a dipper? You mentioned tobacco and nicotine. That was a revelation. I didn't know that about you, Jack.
Yeah, well, today is the first day that I'm pushing without nicotine. I've got like an energy pouch thing I've been doing.
So what are you? You're a smoker? Like just straight up smoker? Like
I've been chewing tobacco since I was 15 years old.
oh, you've been chewing tobacco.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I gave up the actual tobacco and I was doing those stupid nicotine pouches for a while and the gum. But today I think I'm done. I've given up the caffeine. Cannabis and the vaping, that'll be the next thing, I think. But I don't know. I've been exploring with my life, exploring regarding purification and devotion and learning. What can I learn? Because, dude, I turned out I was wrong about a lot of things. I don't like being wrong.
Well, it's like you said, it's like when your beliefs are challenged, how does one experience that? How does one overcome it? How do they behave, right? Because many people, when they come up to a certain crossroads in life, when they're presented with information that contradicts their belief system, there's a couple of ways one can respond. Most people, I think, respond in a way that tends to be more fearful than anything else, right? And through fear, they'll reject the new information and they'll continue in their comfortable ways. But I think the process of refinement is when we can break through those barriers and realize, hey, we can't know everything. So now I'm encountered with new information. How am I going to respond? I think there's a courage in that. And of course, there's a courage in overcoming challenges, in growing, And I could relate with, good. I don't want you to lose it, but
pushing into the discomfort. That's all I was going to offer. What you were saying, man. Go ahead.
Right. And I think it takes practice. It takes attention. And it's not, see, Jack, it's simple, but it's not easy. And I think that's the thing that people don't understand. There's a difference between something that's simple and something that is easy, because many things are quite simple, but not easy to do, and there's a weird compulsion that I think probably everybody has, where we become our own worst enemies, and we become our biggest limiting factors, right? So, of course, that you'd be better off not consuming the tobacco and the nicotine. Of course, I know I'd be better off, say, like not drinking alcohol. Not saying I have an alcohol problem, but, I'll crack a beer open, say if I'm like eating, or drink some wine here and there. Now, ideally, I want to get alcohol out completely out of my life, just because I don't want to be dependent on anything really. So, but there's that thing that comes in and just compels you towards it. And that's, I think, the courage, like you said, leaning into the discomfort, building that. Okay. It's like developing a skill, and it doesn't come easy. And I think everything in this world is going to come between us and get us just to continue along with what is normal, what is typical, right? Most people smoke, most people drink, most people watch shitty TV all day, right? Most people cheat on their spouse or significant other. These things have become normal. So, so not only is it about, all the societal and cultural influences, but then we have our natural biology, our ingrained habits. But we know people can change. Logic says that people can change. So why not you? Why not me? Why not anybody?
Oh my God, brother. The divine is so perfect, because in the here and now, right? In the present, you're bringing up people can change. We've got a couple of guests in the background. I was wondering, I don't know what I don't know. But I'm going to bring it up, and we'll just see where it goes. Okay. Welcome, Josh. Welcome, Paul. How are you today, brother? It's been a few days.
Jack, just so you know, if I talk to Paul enslaved, I'm starting the clock. I only do that for any really type of financial remuneration. I'll take fiat. You can cash at me, but just know you're on the clock, Jack, because I don't expect him to come up with any cash. So,
actually, you know what? Respectfully, we've been having good conversations. It's up to you.
No, I'll talk to Paul, but somebody's got to pay me. That's the thing.
People will pay.
So,
I think.
No, well, since it's in your channel, it's going to have to come from. I mean, I know he owes you about 1,500, maybe. I don't know. So maybe we'll take it out of that. I won't charge nearly that amount for this conversation, though.
Hey, beautiful. Actually, this is the practice: is the surrender to the present. The past is whatever. Who cares? Opinions are opinions. There's no point in sweating. No point in worrying. No point in being resentful or guilty. The past is the past, and the practice of we will individually and collectively, we will improve our morality as we practice being more present and aware with each other. That's the whole goal of what I've learned for myself, what he's talking about with the indirect paths of learning and meditation.
Jack, I hear everything you're saying, but I'm talking about cold, hard cash. Who's going to pay me for this conversation? I mean, we can proceed once we work out those details. I'm happy to talk. We need to work out those details first.
See, this is where we can find ways to transcend. We can't let those old ways, the material ways, hold us back.
I agree.
But so
that means you're going to pay me, Jack.
I can compensate, but not much. Dude, that shit's running out quick.
Gotcha. Well, it's Cash App. It's a Tarek Warrior. It's not hard.
All right. Beautiful. Actually, here is something I was thinking about earlier. Being with love. That's the topic, the idea. And it's what I've been learning about. It's the whole purpose. I'm pretty sure it's right, but if I'm wrong, I got less than 60 days left. I got no idea what the hell's going to happen. But this is where I'm at. I'm strong in my faith, in my love, in my trust that today is the only time that matters, right? Each moment of now, that's the only time that really matters. And what does matter in the now is how we feel and what we do. And the whole goal of this enlightenment of transcendental ideas, the ascension, all of that is simply allowing the untangling from the ideas in your mind and settling into the presence of now, because we only live right now. And from now, here is where the future starts. So what do we want to do today to improve our future from the past? Dying to hear what Paul would have to say. He took off.
Well, it's because he doesn't want to pay me, because he knows I'm not going to talk to him unless somebody fucking pays me. You know? Look, if I'm going to talk to somebody who's completely obsessed with me, that follows me around to multiple platforms, while claiming that I'm the one who's somehow obsessed with them when I don't really pay them any attention whatsoever, I mean, they at least should pay me, don't you think, Jack? For somebody to be that dishonest, that disingenuous, and that much of a bold-faced liar should probably pay me some money to have the privilege of a conversation with me. You know, I'm just saying.
I can accept that case, but the timing was people can change. And I know you made efforts in the past. And actually, I'm not going to lie, man. I had already tried and failed to communicate with Paul. And then I saw you come along. I was like, holy crap, there's a guy who communicates far better than me. Maybe
don't blame me, Jack. Don't put this on me.
Maybe he can help reason with Paulie. But then you guys had your breakaway too, and it was like, each day.
Jack, I can't control anybody's behavior. Everybody's responsible for their own. Okay.
Amen.
But the thing about behavior is it speaks for itself. Yes, and a lie will always be a lie, and a truth will always be a truth. No matter how loudly one speaks it, no matter how often one lies, it's still just always going to be a lie. So if some people have no love for the truth and they're just interested in perpetuating lies and narrative, engaging in gang stalking behavior, completely obsessive behavior while claiming the opposite, there's really very little to communicate with those people about, because they just want the dysfunction. They're just looking to engage in the dysfunction. Their intentions are not right from the get-go. So where's the communication?
What I want to remind you of, that was totally inappropriate. Fucking dumbass. So what do I do with that?
It looked like a sculpture. I don't think it was real. But,
Good point. Good point. So,
you know, so
I'll be more cautious. That was fascinating. I learned some things there. See,
it's amazing, Jack. We live in an amazing look. Here's the thing, Talcott. You and I may have certain intentions and certain mindsets, understandings. The reality is we can't assume other people are going to approach any endeavor with the same level of understandings. All right.
Hey, what I wanted to offer, you're right. You said something and there's a truth, and you're absolutely right. Part of the truth, though, that I want to remind everyone of is everyone's growing together, right? Even the people that have heard us, even the people that don't understand us, even the people we don't like, we are all growing together. And golly jeez. Friggin' people, dude.
That wasn't Rpol. I refuse.
No,
I refuse to
not.
believe that was the real Rpol.
It was not. Let me be very clear. I know for a fact it was not the real Rpol, but I know that people have. I don't know how all this works, man, and I did a stupid choice.
I think you'll be all right there, Jack. Like I said, it appeared to be. I didn't review the tape, but it appeared to be.
Yeah.
Some type of facsimile of a member, you know.
Yeah.
So
anyway, so I don't know what's going on exactly. I did put Joe to the back, but he took off, and then we got the imposter, and Paul arrived and disappeared, but.
Who knows? It's probably dinner time. I heard Jennifer had to hire some help. She got tired of not being able to go to her job because she was being a short order grilled cheese chef all day for fucking Paul's fat ass. I heard she had to hire a new chick to come in there. I mean, they're telling them it's a new girlfriend, but I think she just had to hire somebody because she couldn't keep up with his caloric needs. So they had to bring in a new chick, you know. Oh, well, just, you know, is this my new girlfriend? Yeah, this is your new girlfriend or whatever, you know. Meanwhile, you know, come on, we know what the deal is. So it's probably feeding time. That's what I'm thinking. So
dude,
there's priorities.
I've been there, done that. All he does is make a new video the next day after he has like 12 hours to think about it, where he has a great idea on how to get you back. And he'll have Talcott clips or something stupid to make a video about you. And that's it.
Oh, Josh, you must not know my history.
Well, I
you must not know
I don't know all of it, of course, but I know enough. I mean, he's done the same to me. He's done the same to almost everybody. I'm sure he has his few special targets that he loves to go after.
Right.
But
I'm just thinking people just look, Josh, you and I should just keep contributing to, you know, his funds. And then maybe if he gets enough money, then he'll be able to eat all the food he wants, smoke all the weed he wants, and then he won't have to do his bullshit anymore.
If he needs money, he's a slave to the system. Why does he need money?
I don't know. It's, you know, I ask myself the same questions. I mean, it kind of seems hypocritical and paradoxical.
If you need money,
I don't know. It's kind of weird. You know, I mean, it seems hypocritical.
Explain it to me. If you need money, you're a slave. If you don't have money, you're not a slave. But how are you supposed to live?
Choose love, brothers and sisters. Z, it's great to see you back.
Much love, Moose. Good to see you, man. Moose, I do choose love, but people don't let things go, Moose. You see, when I disappear off the internet for months on end for reasons that are mine, I show up, and then guess who fucking shows up immediately talking shit on me, following me? People are gang stalking me, Moose. Fuck these people, dude. I'm not rolling over to these fucking nobodies. And guess what? Mr. Gorilla, dude, everybody sees your numbers, dude. You're just fucking your own self over, dude, caught in your own loop. So good. Z comes back, keep looping on me and just keep your death spiral going, dude. Just keep it up, man. Because I'm not good. Because here's the thing, Jack, they don't listen to reason. They don't listen to people being courteous, normal human things. No, it's pure psychopathic behavior. You guys are a bunch of trolls, liars, and gang stalkers. So if you're going to continue your behavior, we're just going to keep going like this. It's not going to hurt me whatsoever. You're all only hurting yourselves in multiple ways. Everybody can see it. You look clownish at this point. You're not making a clown out of me. You're not even making a clown out of fucking Jack. You guys are the fucking clowns. The joke's on you, goofballs. You can fucking wake up or not, because you're not going to go anywhere otherwise. Because ironically, you all are the most egoic people on here. So keep it up.
Z, you're absolutely right. But this is what the incredible opportunity is, right? People have said have been asking, where's the miracles? I know for a fact the miraculous transformation I've experienced for myself, the changes that happened when I started understanding how to get beyond my ego and my arrogance. I think Paul would be an incredible opportunity for a miraculous transformation to appear. And like I keep saying, I know we are all learning together. So that chance is always there. And I know for a fact, if we coordinated somehow, we could put together some incredible stuff and capture some talent from some of these folks who are out here contributing and supporting. We come together, co-create just for a little bit, create something powerful, get a fucking movement going, and we rise up above this little area we found ourselves in. Because you're right, we're kind of in this little bubble in the viewers and subscribers we've got, and I'm trying to find my own way out. But
of course,
we can.
Jack. Let me take a moment to talk to the culted ones, since I have your attention. All you culted, look, you can keep listening to lies. When I tell you that your cult leader is obsessed with me and follows me wherever I go, I'm not lying to you. You may want to consider it a lie. You might not want to believe it. You might like the fantasy. But the reality is, that is the truth, okay? I am not in your worlds, okay? I'm here talking to Jack. I haven't talked to Jack in a long time. It has nothing to do. Jack is not owned and operated. Jack is not a subsidiary of anybody. I'm here talking to Jack. All of a sudden, you all show up here. I'm on another channel, and you all show up there. What's the pattern? What's the common denominator? I'm really not talking to you culted ones, because you're just going to be culted. You're not interested in the truth. I'm talking to the other people who might still have a mind about them to really look at the reality. I'm out here doing my thing. I'm being followed everywhere I go. You people are obsessed with me. Fine. I'll take it as a compliment. You're only giving me more shine, everybody. But just know what the truth is. Do we even care about what the truth or what a falsehood is? Apparently, you all don't. So go ahead, all 138 of you, or whatever the fuck it is now, continue to loop forever and ever and ever, and go ahead, have fun with it. You're all following a cult leader who had a viral video that was shown by millions of people, okay? And now he's down to his 138 culted. Good luck with it. Good luck with it. You're all fucking delusional. You just keep coming at me. You just fucking keep coming at me, people. You're only making me stronger. You're only making me stronger. You're fucking clowns at this point. All of you.
Did you start your show back up or something? Because I just got back from dinner, so I missed all the what's going on.
No, man. I'm just here talking to Jack, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's how it is. As soon as somebody shows up, all of a sudden, like, you see chat goes up from like 70 to 100, all of a sudden like 150. Like, you just see a hell of people show up. Just like, that's what Paul does. It's normal.
At this point, it's digital stalking. It's digital harassment. Go ahead. You guys are only fucking doing it to yourselves. You're not going to hurt me. I've been doing this long enough. You guys have been doing this consistently. You're dysfunctional. Many of you probably need serious fucking help. God bless you all, but don't think you're going to stop me. You're just clowns at this point. Do you understand? Everybody could see it but you. I think Paul sees it. He's just compelled it towards it. He doesn't know what else to do. So he just goes back to, hey, Paul, maybe put the weed down. Maybe just not be stoned every single second of your life. Put the weed down. Try to have a clear thought for like a minute. And then maybe start to get out of your fucking crazy delusion. It's not working for you, fuckface. Nobody cares about your girlfriends or whatever the fuck's going on, dude. You think that gives you some kind of swag. Nobody fucking cares, dude. Nobody cares how much money. Nobody cares how much Jimmy Shively gives you, Paul. Nobody fucking cares about that, dude.
Get him out of the chair.
You're insane, dude. You're doing the same thing over and over again, thinking you're having some kind of effect. You're fucking delusional. More and more people are seeing it, dude. You've latched on to me and you latch on to Jack. And Jack, I'm not going to throw you under the bus, but Jack, in a way, you dance the dance. Okay, Jack, you play in a little bit. You go over there, you poke in because I know you're trying to engage. I have shown consistently for months on end. I do my show without any reference to you, Paul. If somebody comes up like Moose and says your name, it comes and goes in 10 seconds, fuckface. You've put my face in your thumbnail like probably 20 times now, dude. You're obsessed with me, dude. That looks bad to everybody, man. You're just bringing yourself down. Good luck. It's not going to work for you, dude. So keep coming at me as you destroy yourself and bring me up. It's all that's going to happen. It's not my fault, dude. Jack, Jack, how can you deal with certain people with this type of mentality? They're beyond being able to deal with. If I'm being gang stalked everywhere I go, Jack, but they're consistently saying that he can't keep daddy's name out of his mouth. No, you guys won't leave me alone. You're obsessed with me because the reality is, I'm going to say this in the camera real close so Paulie can see it and hear it. Paul, the reality is I know the same thing that you know. I know that you see me and you understand that my potential exceeds yours by orders of magnitude. You're desperately trying to cling to my coattails. Go ahead and do it. You're always going to be in that position. You just make yourself look bad and you're pathetic. I don't
you still
see
got
Jack,
the X factor. Sorry.
Jack, I don't go to their neighborhoods. Do you understand? I don't go to their fucking channels. I don't show up. Jack, my listeners don't go into their channels. These psychopaths follow me everywhere I go. Okay. Now, I don't want to speak for you, Jack, but I see the same type of things. Okay. It's disgusting and it's pathetic. It's a little bit flattering, but at the same time, it's not beneficial for you people at all. You're fucking liars and you're insincere. You just all lie. So you've all lost your credibility right there. Who's going to pay attention to you? Your fucking jokes. Go ahead. Keep it coming. Keep it coming, Paul. Of course you showed up here when I came. Of course, when I was on Jesse Hall's channel the other day, I hadn't been online for months on end. I'm on Jesse's. Your cult leader, Daddy, has to show up in the chat talking shit on me out of nowhere. I was gone for months on end dealing with my own shit. He shows up the second I show up. Paul, do you know how pathetic that looks, dude? You're supposed to have a channel, dude. You're supposed to have your listeners, man. You're just a fucking troll, dude. You're just like a larger troll. You appeal to your little troll group that's going to go nowhere, continue to go nowhere, and come at me. It's not going to happen, dude. You're not strong enough. You're not mentally strong enough. You're not spiritually strong enough, okay? You're not physically strong enough. Keep it coming. You're going to continue to destroy yourself, Paul. We all see your numbers going down, dude. You know it. And I love saying this to you because I'm saying the thing that you know, but you won't admit to yourself. You had a viral video. You're living off the scraps of that when the rest of us in this little sphere that we're in, we're all going up, dude. We all just picked up a microphone and started talking. And now we are gaining traction. You're in the downswing, fuckface. Now you're desperate. You're being desperate in front of everybody. You're a joke. You're a clown. You sealed yourself. The nail's in the coffin. Move on, fuckface, or do better. But what you're doing to me is absolutely fucking pathetic. Your favorite fucking word. Go ahead,
Well,
Jack. I'm sorry, Jack, for
Paul-
taking so much of your panel.
But Jack is
Right.
actually helpful, and he is positive all the time, which helps a lot. Like, no matter what, even if you should be negative and going through shit, Jack is always positive, while Paul is always like, I don't want to say it, but he's always negative no matter what. It's like, I'm the god, you're doing something wrong. He has all the answers, even when the answers are wrong. Jack is even when he doesn't have the answers, he's still there to like be there and just just be nice. That's not.
Look,
It's hard to
'Cause-
find that in
oh,
this.
sorry.
it's an energy thing. Certain people are going to
Yeah.
gravitate towards either of those energies, which is fine. But we're talking about gang stalking, harassment. Okay. We're talking about lies, spin, and manipulation, flat out.
Hey, brother, there's been a lot of this. You're right. I hope you feel better. Okay. Now, so the record's been set. You shared. So now what do we do from here? Because that's what
Here's what we do. I do
out.
my thing. Jack
Here.
does his
Well,
thing. Paul does his thing. And we
That's-
try to be honest with the endeavor, bro.
That's
We try to be
one-
honest with it.
That's one way. This is actually pretty funny. Circle of Wealth LLC. That's who owns this house. 56 days left. Clean
They're
the
on
car.
to you, Jack.
Please clean
Jack,
the
how did I let that go by? So we're down to 56 days, huh? So the clock's ticking again, huh?
Apparently. But see, this is where this message comes in, and what I want to offer is the reminder. Okay? Every challenge we face is for us. There is something true about we are creating the experience. We are manifesting and attracting the energies. So for whatever reason, Z, here's my theory. You and I and Paul, we've been prepared to be leaders. Part of being prepared to be leaders is getting toughened up by massive attacks, right? These attacks online, dude, they've been harmless. Sincerely, they're damaging to the reputation, but physically, it ain't shit. Emotionally, it's a little pressing sometimes, but then you remind yourself, it's only words, man.
It's only words till it's not, Jack.
I know.
When people are reckless with their words, there's consequences. Okay.
Yeah.
People, when somebody is being extremely reckless in their words, when they're making unsupported, unevidenced claims against somebody over and over and over again, and they have a zealot like following, you don't know what the consequences could be. You really don't, Jack. When people are reckless with their words, there could be consequences.
Dude.
Look, Jack, it's not the little game that everybody thinks. Okay. We're talking about a bunch of people LARPing with guns, man. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's fun. We're just joking, but we're strapped up and fucking come after you. It's like, okay, that's the game we're going to fucking play on here. Our words our actions have consequences. People will embody a certain energy that does tend to manifest in real life. When I look at the behavior of certain individuals and I compare that to other similar circumstances that we could look to from the past, we have a particular picture that starts to form. Okay. Doesn't typically end well. So let's get this whole fucking thing straight, man. Go ahead, Jack. I don't want to monologue on your panel, Jack.
No,
I tend to do that sometimes.
I love what you're saying, but the whole point of what I've been learning, what I've been trying to get across is sincerely. The video is set to bring this into topic, humility. Okay, pride comes before the fall. And there's many on here who are pretty prideful, pretty arrogant. So be careful with the confidency. All right. Just because things were in the past doesn't mean the future will be, well, We get to
Jack, I'm
imagine.
just going by the behavior that I've seen
I know.
consistently and persistently. I agree with you, Jack, 100%. It's like we said before, of course, people can change. We know everybody can change, but we're talking about consistent actions that are prolonged, man. And that's what we're talking about. This isn't like
Well,
made up. We're not telling lies here. These are truthful things. Now, people could ignore the truth or not. But Jack, I will agree with you. We can find common ground there. Of course, we have to leave open the possibility that people can change. But we're looking at bullying. We're looking at really, really harsh, negative behaviors that are they're bordering on criminal at this point. When you start to get into things like slander and defamation, you start to border on criminal behavior. All right. There's things that are appropriate and there's things that are not, and then there's things that are actually criminal. So what are we talking about here, Jack?
Well, what you're describing is symptoms of the whole. There's no individuals that are really there's so many involved at varying levels. I mean, when you're talking about this slander and stuff, it can be criminal with these accusations. What first popped in my mind? Those clowns in politics, dude. And then the talking heads on the massive media, who seem to have the advertising and the funding behind them. It's a bunch of nonsense. We're here to create a better world. That part I know for sure. And the best way to do that is to come to terms with the here and now. Finding forgiveness. This is the key. What we're seeing, brother, what we're seeing with the behavior of arrogance and combativeness, it's a practice and learned tendency. I mean, it's a tendency that this society and the background has developed. Everyone can change.
Well, Jack, in the spirit of forgiving, I will say, I forgive anybody who's transgressed against me. Right there, you all forgive. I forgave you all last night. I forgave you all the night before, and the morning before. So that's fine. So that goes without saying, man, because I'm not holding that against myself. Amen. I couldn't come on here and do it otherwise, bro. So that's why we love the Talcottian experience, man. He's the great neutralizer.
But I just want to say something to Jack. I found this guy earlier today. His name's Liberty Holmes, and he really resonates with your way of thinking and your ideas of bringing us all together and not using money and stuff like that. So I told him to come to your channel. Z, I'm so glad you're back. I can't wait for your show. All the haters, you know what they can do. They can smoke pole. And Josh, have a good day, guys.
Much love, man.
Thank you, brother. Much love.
Jack, I realize I'm being rude to your guest, Josh, here. Let's I want to meet Josh. I kind of like his vibe. I like his vibe. Not only because he kind of agrees with me. Well, probably because he agrees with me, Jack. So let me be honest here.
We all need that. Josh.
Do we know Josh?
From the panels a little bit. He's the MGTOW guy, one of those.
Well, yeah,
right.
Yeah, MGTOW forever. That's my name. Nobody knows my actual name unless I'm on panel because I don't go by that anymore because Flo did that to me. He's like, why do you go by that name? And then why don't you just name your name?
Flo's not a MGTOW guy. He's not into MGTOW. Yeah. So I bet they call you incel, Josh, huh? Everybody calls you incel, right?
That's the topic I don't want to get into. I've already had that topic plenty of times with Flo. Like
what? The incel thing? I'm not calling you an incel. Yeah. I'm just claiming
we've had huge debates about it. He does it for content. It gets old. He already knows the answer to the question, but he does it anyways.
I don't. Would you consider yourself an incel?
No. I'm 6'5", blonde hair, blue eyes, decent looking. I mean, I am, in my opinion, average, but no.
Right.
And no way in hell am I secure. I mean, insecure with myself. No.
Well, we know Jack's not an incel. Just look at his chat. Jack's got 3 chicks in his chat ready to fucking drop trout for him right now.
Well, Jack's not.
and yet each night I've
never met Jack. Jack is one of the nicest dudes I've ever met. Like, he doesn't go to bars anymore, but I wish I met Jack like 10 years ago.
Right.
He's
You
my
sound
type
like
of
you
dude that
sound like you
I
might
would
frequent a few
never-
bars there, Josh. You sound like you might have frequented one maybe a little bit ago. Is that true?
Oh, that was my second home. Now I co-own a bar between 4 people.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
that's my
So you
second
live in a
home.
bar,
It's
pretty
always
much.
been my second
Gotcha.
home, but especially now, I'm either home or I'm there.
You know, you seem like you have a good spirit to you. You have a good spirit. We've never seen drunk Jack. I don't know if we'd want to see drunk
Well,
Jack.
I've always been a good person. Drunk people doesn't mean bad. I mean,
Everybody thinks they're a
most of
good
the time it
person,
does.
Josh. Everybody thinks that.
Most of the time it does, but
I was a very peaceful drunk, very peaceful man. But this is what's crazy. My reputation in town is that I'm dangerous and to be avoided. I'm actually a very gentle and kind man. This kind of, hey, welcome, brother.
it happens.
Oh, it's that white guy, James Turrell. That we know
Like
him.
me,
He's that white guy.
watch out for him. He'll shove food down your throat. He'll be barbecuing outside, and if you walk by too close to his house, he'll offer you barbecue and shove it down your throat. Like that's like me.
That sounds
I'm-
racist, but
I'm
London
always
man's
cooking.
he's brown.
I always
We've
have
learned
beer.
recently
I'm
he's
like, "You
not
want a
black,
beer
he's
and
brown.
barbecue?"
So
Not bad. Well, not really.
I
But
don't
I'm one
know.
of the best neighbors you could possibly want.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Me neither.
um,
Well, he was trying
Come
to
on, Jack.
talk
Get
about
control
me.
of your panel.
He doesn't know me. He doesn't know
wrangle
me,
your
so he's
panel
trying to
in.
figure out about me.
well, I was trying to recall where our conversation was at. I've been
Yeah, it was you asked. Oh, well, he
Hey.
asked about me, and then you said you didn't really know.
Right,
and
right.
They started talking about me.
Thank you. That's right. Hey, please. I've been noticing there is a lot of timing out in the chat. I haven't seen specifically. This one is something that is typically not, but this isn't even pushing the line, really. Gentle and kind men don't lose their family. You're right.
Really? Who says so, Britt? So you just make a statement. You see, this is what it is, Jack. No, don't say you're right, Jack, because the reality is that's an unsupported statement. Who says that? Because the reality is men who are gentle and kind lose their families constantly. And I'm not talking about me or Jack. I'm talking in the general, okay? You just made an unsupported statement to try to attack Jack for no reason. What kind of people are you?
Oh, talk about nice guys.
Hey,
Have another drink, Josh. I like you, but you might need another. You might need to top that off, man. You might need to top that off, bro.
Really?
well,
6'5", man. You probably have a high alcohol tolerance, dude. So go ahead, drink away. Much love.
Hey, back.
I don't know what to take from that. I mean, do
Yeah.
I take another drink or not? I don't know if that's
Hey,
sarcastic.
Josh, can you just yield for a moment, all right? Back
Okay.
to that comment about what you said. You're right, Z. Nice guys do lose their family. Why? Mostly because of fucking slander and gossip and false accusations, misunderstandings, confusion. Confusion is what causes good men and women to be harmed. And it's not necessarily just the good man or woman's fault. So this is the life I'm experiencing. There's a reason. There's a reason everything happened. And Z, a long time ago on your show, you offered me the opportunity to share some of my story. And I was trying to show you and I had similar paths. But what I brought up showed how different we were, actually. I'm assuming. Because you led life, you were focused and studied, and you dedicated your time and energy into achieving things. And I held myself back with addiction. So we were different in some ways. The truth,
But similar, yeah. But similar. Go ahead.
yeah, the similarities, though, standing on what is true, it's cost both of us dearly. Our hearts have been toughened. Our hearts have been strengthened, and our patience and compassion has grown. So I have faith in many of the things the Bible talks about, that the faithful and truthful will be rewarded. I don't know what that means, but I have faith. and I am a peacemaker. Peacemakers, that's who we are. We care about what is true. We care to know. And I know we all care to love.
But
That's
Jack,
why we're here. Yes, brother.
you can't make peace with Paul. You can't.
I
You
can offer it.
tried.
I can offer it, and I can show it, and I can demonstrate it.
And that's fair enough, Jack. That's fair enough, man.
I mean, that's
And
honorable.
I admire that. But I think Steve is pointing out the consistent, persistent behavior that we've noticed that is intractable, that is actually hurting him more than anybody. He could point to his 100 stacks or whatever he wants to say he got last year. Dude, maybe you shouldn't be putting on the internet how much money you brought in and didn't claim, dude. People listen, okay? And that's not me saying anything, but people hear it. You might not want to be running around saying how much money you made off of your fucking idiot donors. But the reality is, dude, the reality is we're talking about persistent behavior that is stalking and obsessive, while your followers claim the opposite. You're just evidencing completely psychopathic tendencies like any cult of personality does. It never ends well. Unfortunately, you can never tell the cult leader that thing because they don't fucking care. They believe their bullshit. So, Jack, you can keep saying it to him over and over until the cows come home. The reality is, Jack, you and I have had hours and hours of conversations with him, going into the hundreds and thousands at this point. There's a big world out there. Paul has a small vision of what this thing is. He latches on. Paul's like a fucking crack dealer in Compton or in fucking Bedford-Stuyvesant. He's fighting over a street corner. And he's missing there's a whole fucking city and a whole country out there. He's fighting over a street corner, just like a typical fucking crackhead. Go ahead.
Yes, you're right.
Get there.
It's insane. It's so limiting. So keep it coming, idiots. I know you're not going to stop. Everything I've done to try to just play nice with these people, to try to come to some degree of coherence and rationality, they've shown themselves they're completely psychopathic. So go to it is to your own detriment. I'm agreeing with Steve here. Sorry, Jack.
It's all right.
Look what he did to Tarek. Tarek was like his biggest nut hugger. And then now they're having a spat, and now Tarek is so against Paul. And he was telling you in the chat, Z, did not talk about Jennifer.
Chin hugger.
Like Paul,
because Tariq doesn't like when women. Here's the thing, Tariq. When Bex or Jennifer, any woman comes on here and presents, they've entered the same arena as us, dude. Okay, I've had conversations with Jennifer on panel, as you probably have. Tariq, if you're listening, I understand your sentiment and I could vibe with it, but the reality is, what you're expressing leads to a situation where we're going to empower their voice to the disempowerment of ours, and that's a problem. If they're entering this arena and then they're giving their opinion, they're up to the same scrutiny as others. I do understand the sentiment, Tariq. I didn't see your comment. You left me a comment the other night. All right. So I understand what you're saying, but the reality is, I don't even think I said anything that bad other than her age and that she had to quit her job to be a short order cook. Paul, it's not a good move to when your life partner is the only one bringing in like fiat. Okay, whatever. You got your 100 stacks from Jimmy Shively last year, but she seems to be the one who's actually providing the resources. She seems to be the one that's actually providing the domicile. So to get her basically to quit her job to become a short order cook for you is probably not the best idea. Maybe make your own grilled cheese sandwiches. Like I said, maybe that's why they brought that other broad in, just to be a cook. I don't know what the deal is, dude. But Tariq, I don't think I really said anything too bad about Jennifer other than her name, dude. But like I said, Tariq, you and I could have a conversation any fucking time, but we're going to disagree on this one thing. If women want to come into this arena, they're going to be subject to the same scrutiny as the men are. You can come up now, talk to me to Tariq if you want, or you could just wait till Monday till I start my show back up. Either way, it's probably worth a discussion, but don't spin something that didn't happen. Sorry, Jack.
It's all right, man. Hey, something I'd like to remind and have people consider though is that this is all of ours. every one of us, it's our first time being ourselves in the situations that we find ourselves. Paul and others are behaving the way they've learned. It's the way this society, they've learned how to adapt in this world. But you're absolutely right. Psychopathy and sociopathy, whatever the right language is, insanity is rampant. It's crazy, man. People don't know how to behave. Other people's children, man. They didn't raise them right.
It's rewarded and it's reinforced.
Yes.
They love it though. They love
Psychopathy,
it. They can't get enough of it.
Steve, it's a certain type of it's a certain type of personality, Steve, that's going to vibe towards it. It's just, look, that's what YouTube is. If you come on here and you be your authentic self, people are they're gonna gravitate towards you, right? So if somebody's being their authentic self, they're gonna get a certain type of following that's going to represent them. All right, but we can call out a lie and a deception when we see it. If somebody is consistently lying about people, if they're making unsupported, you know what's funny, Steve, is that we have a community of so-called sovsits, I know you don't like to be called that, who are about rights and freedoms, but are the most disempowering, dishonest people there is. If you're the example of the way people behave without a government, well, you're actually making the strongest case for government I've ever seen, because none of you can behave and control yourself. You're all immoral. And like Steve said, you have a bloodlust thirst for chaos and destruction. You're the lowest type of people. You're going nowhere. You're going to destroy yourself. Keep coming at me. And the only reason I'm saying this, Steve and Jack, is because they're not stopping. It's embarrassing on your part. You guys are psychotic and insane. I'm calling it out to anybody with ears to hear and eyes to see. You guys are fucking clowns at this point. Go ahead, devour yourselves. Sorry, Jack.
We lost someone there and we gained someone back. So what you're bringing up, though, welcome, Bex. I know you've got opinions and involvement too, but I feel pretty safe with you. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. It's been quite a while since I was on your panel, and I think it's one of the first times we've had a public discussion that where I wasn't coming in from some side, on your channel. We've had many on others, so I really appreciate you having me up here. Thank you very much.
Respect.
I do have a lot, this is a really interesting conversation, and I appreciate being a part of it.
Hey, thank you. I want to swing back to a reminder, okay? A reminder of compassion. We've had reminders of strength and determination, conviction, right? Compassion and grace. I'm telling you, grace, this whole purpose of, well, again, the video he's talking about and the topic today, being with love, the whole purpose of that is to find freedom from the worldly chaos, freedom from the worldly distractions, to recognize in this moment there is a perspective that can be found that's just lovingly aware, realizing there's really nothing to forgive, because all that really happens is according to a greater order than us. So here, I want to play a couple minutes of this to bring this topic home, okay? If you bear with me just a little bit regarding humility. I think this is where he gets into it.
God in me does the works. It's not I, not I. That was Jesus's clear message and disposition towards himself. And so it should probably be yours and mine as well, right? No one has attained the final freedom who recognizes that they have. We can say it that way. If you think you've attained, you for sure have a big fat spiritual ego. Because when true attainment, true enlightenment, true illumination comes to you, you won't notice it, because it never feels like you've done some great, noble thing. It doesn't feel to you like you've conquered the universe or something. To be honest, in my experience, it feels a lot more like recognizing a truth that you overlooked for so long that there's a bit of embarrassment that's felt of like, man, how did I spend so many years as a conceited ego?
Absolutely.
When clearly only divine truth exists. Clearly there's only one being in the universe. Clearly love is the only law in the universe. How did I live like a selfish, separate jerk for so long when it's so obvious? It's the cosmic joke. You don't feel like I've conquered. That's how ego feels. Ego wants a goal to conquer. The true self feels just happy to have found that silent shore of love where all at last is put to rest and you're just, enjoying it. Life becomes simple, right? We said the way of the heart feels.
Here, I'm interrupting that, but that's the key, and that's what I have learned for myself. I pursued this, and I'm not claiming anything. I'm claiming to have been learning from my experience, and in my experience, I chose to try to understand what were these religions teaching? What is the commonality? What is this divine that they're pointing at? And brothers and sisters, it's the here and now. We were born into a world of insanity where profits and debts have been normal. This nonsense of rewards and punishments, it's brainwashed us into believing in other people's rules. And other people's rules are how we are determined by rewards and punishments. But we're here not to obey these damn rules of somebody else. It doesn't work. I tried that way. You work hard and you save and you don't get a lot of fun and you're miserable, and there's better ways. The better ways are through peace, through humility, through the graciousness that life really allows. I hope that makes sense. Because really, guys, the way for us to become more pure is to become more humble. Thoughts? Anybody? Go ahead.
I have thoughts. I'll try and keep it brief. And I'm a little bit tired, right? And I'm feeling really like I really care about this community. I really do. I didn't understand the politics of the background of the back and forths between the channels when I decided to click Paul Unslaved's link, a month into having my own channel. And then it was Z and London and other people that decided to introduce me. And we were past this. So please trust that I'm not trying to point fingers at Z or London here, right? And Paul, right? That went into roast comedy. They went into a level of roast comedy that I didn't understand, right?
They're good at it.
So, yeah. And I was really raw, right? I did a lot of growing up with you guys here. I've had the sanity machine talking about me in the most base, stupid, low-hanging fruit, insult humor, made me respect you guys so much more, all of you. I've seen all of you have amazing conversations on each other's platforms. And I didn't come up here to sit in solidarity with everyone in some sort of way. Like, I'm not going to click Paul Unslaved's link again for fear of not having myself mocked in this arena, so to speak, if that's what Z is saying. Not that I'm saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying it's been insult humor. What I find the concern is my concern is the kind of the way that it affects the chat, Venus and I are on our best behavior today. We've had our own wars. We've been playing in chat, and I think it's been fun. I find that most of the audience would love to see Paul and Z talk, but I do understand why Z wouldn't want to.
No,
it's
Bex,
just that
you're wrong.
In my opinion,
most of his audience, my audience doesn't give a fuck if I talk to Paul. Hold on, Josh. I'm addressing Bex, who's addressing me. I'm sorry, I don't want to shit on you, but go take another shot, Josh. You seem like a nice guy, but you're wasted. Bex,
no, I'm fine. Right?
Oh yeah, sure you are. Much love. Listen, Bex, The reality is my audience doesn't give a fucking shit if I talk to Paul. It's his audience because he makes an obsession with certain people. He has a dysfunction or whatever the fuck it is, and this is what he's playing out. My audience doesn't give a shit. It's his audience that cares. That's why I don't fucking talk to him, because it's all he wants to do, and there's nothing I can gain from it. He's insincere. He acts in an arrogant, egotistical way. He feels as though he is above everybody. He's classified himself in a certain strata, okay? His followers go along with it. He feels as though he's above reproach. Rules for thee and not for me, which makes him the ultimate hypocrite on these panels. So you're wrong, Bex. My audience doesn't give a fuck if I talk to Paul or not. They don't want me to talk to Paul. They don't give two shits. My audience likes to hear me talk and sing with Nathan Sanders fucking show tunes and talk about how the earth is in a globe. That's what my audience likes. Paul audience likes the dysfunction. So let him keep it up. He'll continue in his death spiral. Nobody's going to create with him, okay? He's fucking going nowhere unless he changes, like Talcott says. He can change. He has an opportunity. Paul has a lot of gifts. Paul has a message that can resonate with a lot of people. He's caught up in something. He doesn't want to recognize it, or he's not courageous enough to face it. He talks about projection. I know you said, Bex, that you feel as though he talks about projection well, but when you're missing, Beth, he's the ultimate projectionist. Everything he says about everybody else is on him. He's the fucking hypocrite.
It's so obvious. Sorry to interrupt.
It's so obvious to anybody who can see it. He attacks everybody's personality. But if you say one thing to him, he and his occultists will make Paul the victim. Paul, you're ironically the ultimate victim. That's the funny part about this whole thing, dude. You're ironically feels that you're victimized, so then you are justified in your behavior against other people. It's insane. You just have a bunch of fucking fanatical people who are going to go nowhere. You're going to lead them all down to the abyss of destruction. You're not going to know what to do when you get on land. You're not going to know what to do with it. You're not going to know what to do with the people. Okay? You're too egoic to realize it, dude. And the only reason I'm coming like this, Bex, is because he will not relent. He is obsessed with me on levels that seem sexual at this point, if you want to know the truth. That's my real theory about you, Paul, if you want to know the fucking truth. You are the ultimate broken hoe. You and your little minions going around calling everybody broken hoes. You are the biggest broken hoe there is. You're the embodiment of projection. I don't care what you say about yourself. It's just words. You're just stoned and saying flowery words that appeal to a few people. You're going nowhere, literally. So keep it up.
Stoned. He has some trashy ass weed that he's rolling in those blunts. And everybody that isn't slaves to him, they're slaves to him. So it's follow him, you're a slave. Don't follow him, he tells you you're a slave. It's a lose-lose. The dude's a fucking lunatic.
Here's the thing, Bex. He's
crazy.
Here's the thing, Bex. If it was shtick, it'd be one thing. It's not shtick, Bex. I don't know how many personal communications you've had with Paul. I've had at least a few, all right? This isn't like a shtick thing, all right? He believes his own bullshit. Paul, go fuck yourself. Keep coming for me. You're just destroying yourself. You have to see it.
Z. He will. The seeds have been planted. The truth is there. The denial is strong. Okay? That's what I've been witnessing. There's been a lot of people who have tried presenting Paul the truth. He's very strong, very gifted, very skilled, and his mind is very...
He's a skilled manipulator from years and years of likely being an addict.
Yes.
He's a programmed manipulator.
Yes. He's very
Paul, you're not clean if you're smoking weed all day, dude. I'm just saying, man. You're not clean if you're stoned all day. I'm just saying, dude.
Paul is just his problem. It's his fucking idiot fans that says everything he says and brings it to all these other channels. Literally, let Paul be Paul. He wants to be a douchebag and have this stuff. Who gives a fuck? It's these idiots like Jimmy Shively, Tarek, all the other.
They're everywhere. You guys aren't invited to these channels. You show up.
Going back to what Jack was saying about graciousness, Paul doesn't bring any fucking graciousness anywhere he goes. He brings a fucking argument. He brings a fucking fight. That's all he fucking does.
Argument. You're a slave.
To try to get you to react, and then
stick with the shtick. It's goofy at this point. It's stupid and goofy.
Oh, Paul.
The
And
crowd's
then you have
tired
the
of it.
heckle
You can
bus.
tell. The
Heckle
evidence
bus
speaks
in
for
the
itself.
background saying you're a fucking slave. They're all saying Tarek, heckle bus, all of them, you're a fucking slave because you don't follow what Paul
They all
said.
get off of here. They get in their cars with their driver's license and their tags and their insurance and go to work
Oh
and
no,
pay
none of them
taxes.
drive because
No,
they don't have
I'm not a
to.
slave.
By
Just
the
want to be
law, they
somebody.
don't have to.
All
they
they
don't have to
do is
follow the rules.
all they do is personally attack people. Then when
Yeah,
people
like, all the time.
retort, they claim victimhood.
Oh my God, you're so mad because we're picking on you. Now you're picking back on us. You fucking started it, dick faces.
It's crazy. You guys are psychos. Go ahead, be psychos. People are seeing through it. You guys are clowns at this point.
It's fucking
You
hilarious.
guys are.
So,
Go ahead, Bex.
so mocking me, right? When I first met you guys, right, was more about getting at Paul than it was about
It's
teaching
not
me a
about
lesson.
it's funny, Bex. I was going to bring this up to you the next time I talk to you because I didn't know if you were aware of that. A lot of the smoke you got was likely just the environment that you were in, whether people were conscious about the reason of that. And I don't think you were aware of it, but it seems like you are now. You don't have to agree, but it's funny you said that because I was going to have that conversation with you because I didn't know how aware you were of that dynamic or not. Because Bex, I was not aware of that dynamic when I was engaging in that community. Do you understand? It was only through experience that I learned. Go ahead. Sorry.
I know, but I have watched and I do like hashtag my truth, yo. I have watched, I have grown, I've gotten tough out here, you know, and I don't have a problem if I make choices to be in a chat or be on a panel and people choose to insult comedy me. Like it's better than the roasting I've been through in the last couple months from some real psychopath, okay? Like someone who doesn't have like, you know, it's just so base and low hanging fruit. So
what you're saying is
Tommy's
little impression of you on my show in retrospect, it's not such
it's
a big
nothing.
thing.
And your joke about where was you know, where was Bobby? Where was he lost inside what cavernous what? You know, and I haven't watched both of London's videos, but I saw the one London video about me, and I really do have Asperger's, you guys. Like I really do. I really struggle to understand social dynamics. And so when I get people in there, you know, like Rpol saying, you know, that, you know, it's the truth, right? So I try to understand, but I also have gotten strong, right? So nobody tells me what to do. And that can also make me put me in a rebellious mode, right? But I respect all you men, right? So I really do respect all you men.
And I know maybe you have, like you said, you miss social cues, but let's take an example, like in the chat, we have, you know, this Lee64 saying, haha, Z's still hot for daddy. No, Z came to Talcott's show. Paul shows up after me to inject himself. Just like the other day, I was in Jesse Hall's channel having a conversation about God and consciousness and everything else. And Paul has to show up there and disparage me. So Bex, do you understand the difference we're saying here is that we're talking about somebody who's preaching to his followers that everybody has his name in his mouth, that everybody talks shit on him, but he is the generator of things. We're talking about simple cause and effect. I don't give two shits about Paul at this point. Do you understand, Bex? He shows up, not just his followers, himself. He's obsessed with me, just like this, what's this guy, the Steven is obsessed with you, Bex. You can understand when somebody has a particular obsession and they start to evidence dysfunctional behaviors. Your culted ones sound crazy, okay? Because anybody who has even a fair degree of discernment knows I don't give two shits about Paul. I find it strange that a grown man in his mid-30s is obsessed with me to his own detriment, Bex. We've watched his numbers go down consistently since he picked this bullshit up with me. Everybody fucking sees it. Oh, I don't care about my numbers. See, Paul points to whatever standard of success that he can at the time. So when it benefits him to say that his numbers make him the fucking big shit, he's going to point to his numbers. When his numbers go down, he's going to point to every retard like Jimmy Shively who keeps donating and talks about how he got 100 bands next year. If his money goes away, he's just going to talk about how he stands on rights and principles when he stands on none of those. He's going to talk about how great he is because he has a chick or two chicks or whatever. If both of those go away, all of a sudden he's going to drop that standard. He's a fucking phony. He stands on nothing except his own ego. That's all it is. He shifts with the winds. He shifts like the sand. Paul, everybody sees through you. You've shown you're not going to fucking give up. You're a complete psychotic. Keep coming at me. You're only empowering me and weakening yourself. You're a fucking clown in front of anybody that could see it. You're a joke. So Bex, what I'm trying to show you is all these people in this chat who keep claiming that I can't keep their daddy's name out of my mouth are all overlooking the obvious fact that he's completely obsessed with me to the point of gang stalking me, contacting me personally, leaving fucked up, nasty messages and shit on my fucking email. You're a complete psycho, Paul. Go fuck yourself. You're going to be your own undoing. Here's the thing, Bex. We know that coming on here, you're always going to have these people that act like this. We're just pointing out that Paul is one of these people. You're just a troll, doofus. Go ahead. Keep trolling, dude. You're just making everybody stronger. You're a joke in front of everybody. Like Talcott said, maybe you can change. But like Steve, I'm not going to sit around and hold my breath. Jack, I'm not going to sit around and play monkey fucking games with these people. When I got people to talk to, Jack, you know, here's the thing, man. I'm not going to tell you, Jack, how to run your show, your fucking panel, whatever the fuck you do. But just remember, man, all the energy that you spend on this fucking bullshit and nonsense is energy that's taking us away from having real conversations that can go somewhere. Okay, Paul, we've all heard your message, okay? I've heard people have heard my message. Why do we got to keep echoing with each other? Why are you clinging to the Talcotts, to the Z's, to whoever else you're going to fucking cling to, Paul? Are you that insecure with yourself? You got to cling to other people? You're a joke.
Or Z, hold on a minute, brother.
Go ahead, Jack.
This is the answer. It is God that does the work. It is God that is moving all things. So what I witnessed is, and what you're talking about is right. The agent of chaos. Paul doesn't realize that's the role he's playing, is that of the agent of chaos. He's introducing, and well, I can explain it many ways, and I've said it before, but this is what we're dealing with. We had a disruption. He shows up, and then the next thing you know, the topic's changed, and it's about Pauly Boy. And I'm sure this stream and you specifically will get some advertisement and some promotion tomorrow. Well, not necessarily promotion, but some advertisement tomorrow on the Pauly Unslave show. But
Jack, they just talk about me all the time anyway. So what's the difference? If I'm online, they're talking about me. So of course, see, you can't talk to them. See, here's what you don't understand, people. Your cult leader will not leave me alone. He follows me around like an insane person. Lee 64, you're insane. I watch back my stuff. You don't think I've gone through this a million times? I'm talking to the other people that are not you, culted people. I'm talking to the not you. That's what I'm talking about. It's unbelievable, man. You can just keep going. I'm not talking to you culted ones. I'm talking to everybody else so they understand what the facts are, because you all just lie. You're just liars. You consistently lie. It is your sicko fucking cult that can't let things go. Go fuck yourselves. I don't care. I didn't leave the air for the last 2 months because of any of you people. I have my own shit. You're all insane. You're all
no,
fucking
they
crazy.
drive you fucking mad, don't they? Like it, you just see their nonsense in the fucking chat. You're like, you're a fucking sad fucking people.
That's
really,
what it is, Steve.
sad.
It doesn't do anything to me except empower me. It's weird to watch. It's
you're so broken because you're retaliating. You're broken because you're fighting back.
Right. I don't go to the places you're at. I came on here to have a conversation with Talcott. We were talking about God. Do you understand? Right. We were talking about God for like an hour. Okay. Now the energy switched. I can't go back to God because I'm talking to you idiots. Go ahead, Jack.
Brother, this is what you got to realize. I love you, my friend, but look at what happened. You got triggered, and I don't think he even said a word. He just showed up.
Because this is what he does. He shows up where I go and he just starts talking shit. This is a pattern, Jack.
It's never going to be a good conversation. It's never going to be a good conversation.
We're talking about months on end of insanity. It's
I know.
cuckoo. It's fucking goofy, and I'm
So,
calling it out.
If there's,
You understand? Go ahead, Bex.
I was just gonna say, if there's no good, never gonna be a good conversation. I've seen Jack and Paul have very good conversations. I really have, over on Paul's channel and here, and
And Paul
so
and
I'm
I
just
have had
wondering
good
if there's never going to
conversations.
be a good conversation.
Bex, Paul and I have
Mhm.
No, Bex, because Paul has to have the power move over anybody.
Yep.
And when he can't take power over
Yeah.
everybody, he starts a smear campaign and he lies, and that's psychopathic behavior. So if you don't submit to Paul, you can't have a conversation with him, Bex. That's what you don't understand.
It's
Go ahead.
an insecurity. He
Right.
has the impulse to be the star of the show. He has trouble allowing others to shine. And that's what has been the issue with you, I think, Z, and me, is maybe we bring out some insecurities, and maybe others too, because that's how the ego works, man. We're all insecure in different ways, and we all present our insecurities in different ways.
Right. And you're right, Jack. We'll see me tomorrow on Paul's show, and maybe he'll start getting numbers again, because it seems like either just have Z on your show or talk about Z and you'll do good. That seems to be your
I don't
recipe.
submit to Paul. I'm also considered chaos agent, but I don't submit to Paul. I'm not afraid of him. He just appearing doesn't trigger me whatsoever.
I see a huge problem, Jack. A huge fucking problem. You've been streaming 3 hours. You got over 100 viewers and only 29 likes. Hit the fucking like button for Jack. Look what Jack's putting together. He's fighting your nonsense, all this bullshit every single day. Shows up every single fucking day. Hook Jack up. Give him that like.
I appreciate that.
Give it the like.
You got it.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, Jack. The reality is, you know how these panels go. The conversation goes where they go. The energy goes where it is. If the agents of chaos just keep coming and they're allowed to enter the door, Jack, they've shown they're not going to stop, right? So they're shown they're not going to be courteous. We've seen this, Jack. We've gone through this for months and months. Maybe they changed, but they haven't shown it. Okay, I've chosen to distance myself from it. It hasn't affected me any way whatsoever. Okay, it's only empowered me. My show is better. I'm better. Okay, I'm more in touch with who I want to be. I don't need to cling on to these people. These people are true narcissists. As you all point the finger of the projection and narcissist, you are the ones that are doing that because you can't do it on your own. You need other people. You're just going to destroy yourself. You could say I'm bitching. You could say I'm this. I'm not. I'm responding. Here's the thing that you don't understand, people who might be on the fence. You don't know my history with Paul. You don't know the harassment, the gang stalking, and the psychotic, as he calls everybody, the broken hoe. He's the ultimate broken hoe. I can pull up Paul's emails to me over the last few months and how distorted they are. And I could show you how dysfunctional and aggressive they are. Okay. It's not a shtick. This is fucking real with him. He's a complete psychopath. Keep following him, culted ones. Get out of my way. You're not going to be welcome around me. I don't need you. So bye, do your thing. Just keep riding my coattails. You're all obsessed with me because I have something you don't. It's quite clear. So go ahead, keep sucking off my energy.
So what do you think kind of thumbnail he's going to use for you tomorrow, Z?
It doesn't matter. He's already had me in 20 thumbnails. He doesn't even do them. It's that Michelle M. She's probably more obsessed with me. She's probably more obsessed with me than Paul is.
He's not even creative enough, huh? Not creative enough to do it on his own.
Somebody does his thumbnails, and that's another thing. Go ahead, have somebody do your thumbnails. It's a joke. You're not in control of your own thumbnails.
Hey, I do. I graciously save someone doing my thumbnails.
Jack, I seen your changes, buddy. I seen your changes. You got some new.
Well, Jack, yours aren't good. They're you. You're not fucking lampooning people in your thumbnails.
No,
Jack.
right.
It's cuckoo.
I'm not going after others. And actually, this is an interesting experience. Sincerely. You got to face it. I never thought my life would bring me to this. And you've got to realize the same thing for yourself. I know you do, Z. Steve, maybe you too, but...
Look, it's strange, Jack. It's a weird position to be in, but it's a very small pond. It's absurd in a lot of ways. Jack, if you calculate all the people at all these channels, we might be looking at 2,000 real people. that's the reality, Jack. I mean, I'm talking about this extended panelverse. This is such a small thing. It's insane. That's why I'm pointing this behavior out. These people are insane. They're just keeping themselves down and everybody else. The reality is one of us will break out eventually, okay? And then all rising tide rises all ships, right?
Yeah.
When somebody break, all right, so let's just say Steve, the head motherfucker in charge, all of a sudden a year from now, he's got 2,000 people watching him on the live streams. Jack, your association with him, this nice moment you're having with him, the seed that was planted, the relationship that was formed, and the bonds that were formed will give fruit at that time, correct? Do you understand? In ways that we can't even see. We're planting the seeds now for a future harvest. If these people don't see it, these people are backbiters, they're thieves, they're energy thieves. They're the ones who are limiting us. Their negativity, the way they behave, the insanity, trying to take people down, okay? You guys are gang stalkers. You're bordering on criminal. And Bex, this is a completely different thing. I heard a guy basically threaten Bex the other day from a different community, basically said he knows where Bex lives, he knows who she is, and he's going to send the cops to her house. Bex, this is what I'm talking about, but the real-life psychopaths in the waters that we're in. I didn't miss that, Bex.
Oh, Dr. King Stephen Esquire. Yes, I know that guy.
Hey,
boy.
Tarek.
But he would accuse everyone of game stalking him.
Hey, Jack.
Bex, because we actually watched him from OTW stream because it was so ridiculous. And I'm actually to blame for that because I saw
really.
Yeah,
what do you think about
that?
Hank? What do you think about that OTW? What do you think about that Patrick? What about that Canadian fucking accent he has? French Canadian.
So,
goofy.
So he hangs out with Paul a lot. Paul's actually technically his co-host. So I guess he's bad because Paul's bad, right?
Well, I'm just asking you what you think about,
I actually like him. I actually like him.
I like Patrick too. I like Paul too, Hank.
Yeah.
Like
we
Jack
like
said,
everybody.
It's hard not to be loving when we're in the presence of Jack.
Well, I like everybody too, but there's so many who don't like me, and OTW and Paul, they both made it very challenging to like them, right? And I think that's what you're talking about. But actually, we've got Tarek. Tarek was invited up. So, Tarek, welcome to the panel, brother.
Thanks, Jax. How are you?
Feeling great. Did you want to respond to anything or have comments?
I just want to say one thing first to Z. I don't have anything against you. The only thing I did not like is to bring Jennifer up. That's all. Because that, like a man to a man, if you have problems with Paul, which I do myself.
All right. So let's talk about this, Tarek. Did you hear what I said before about how Jennifer has presented herself here on panel and she's shown herself in a certain way, in a public way? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I seen her one time when she said that she looked at your eyes and I was live and she said she sees Tom wrong. That's her perspective. There's no big deal about it.
Right. She basically said I was a woman hater and that I'm probably dangerous towards women. She's entitled to that opinion, okay? I have no animosity towards her. I think I just mentioned her name in reference to hiring a new short order cook to meet Paul's caloric intake needs. But so I maybe you can elucidate a bit more what exactly you took issue with my speech towards the subject.
No, it's not. It's not a speech. It's mainly, I don't know. Let me word this better.
So you have an ethic, right? You have an ethic between males and females, right? You feel as though women have a role and men have a role, exactly. But do you see how that quickly turns into a double standard in the culture and society that we live in of equal rights and things like that? Where, for instance, you had an issue that I made a very innocuous comment towards Bex the other night, and you seemed to take issue with it. I referred to her as culted, and you didn't like that. Now, I don't know, if that crossed the line. For what I would say with you, Tarek, is Bex is here participating with us. She's on this panel. She chose to come here. She chooses to have her channel, et cetera, et cetera. She presents herself as a public figure, and she does so in a provocative type of way, much like myself. Of course,
Yeah.
I'm controversial, just like Paul's controversial, Bex. Anybody who's authentic and speaks their mind, Jack is controversial. Just saying that Jack believes in God is a controversial statement in this fucked up world. So anybody who's being authentic is going to be controversial. But I guess my point is, what's the line? So how should Bex escape the same level of scrutiny that I would put anybody else under?
Hold on one
Yeah.
second. Go ahead, Bex. You want to reply?
No, he was talking to you, Tarek.
Yeah. Okay. All I'm saying is sometimes Z, what I see, you're very bright. So I have watched you. Okay. Not a big fan, but I have watched you. You're very bright. So sometimes
You
I
don't
see.
do you not like the singing? Is it the show tunes, Tariq?
No, I
you
swear to
don't like
God. No. It has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with that. All I'm saying to you is sometimes I feel because you're you're very calculated. So you coming on a panel today, I feel, just my opinion, don't take it the wrong way, that talking about a lot of stuff, bringing Paul up, and I know you're coming
Now,
live
did I
on
bring
Monday.
Paul up? Did I see? This is where you're wrong, Tariq. I didn't bring Paul up. Jack and I were talking about God for an hour. Paul insinuated himself here because he follows me. So just be correct in your speech.
Okay.
I
I'll take
didn't
that
bring
back.
Paul up. Paul showed up here. He could have been anywhere else in the world. He showed up here in the middle of my conversation with Jack, just like he showed up the other day in my conversation with Jesse Hall out of nowhere. I was off the internet for 2 months. I show up on Jesse's Missing Link channel, which is a relatively obscure YouTube channel, and he shows up in the chat talking shit on me out of nowhere, Tariq. Get your facts
Yep.
straight. I'm not saying you did anything
Okay.
wrong, but I want the record to be
I'll take it
correct,
back.
dude.
I
Go
got
ahead.
you.
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take that back.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll take that back. I'll take that back. All I'm saying, I think you and him are very bright. You're playing a game where both of you are trying to get, views, whatever
Don't
marketing
assume my
yourself.
motives. Don't assume my motives. Don't assume his motives either.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just saying, just my opinion. I could be wrong. Okay, so which is fair game. All I'm saying to you is, like, you're attacking Paul, and you have to understand, me and Paul just got into it like 2 weeks ago, whatever, a week ago, and things went
Let
south.
me ask you something, Tariq. Let me ask you, if let's just bring it to, I don't know.
Go ahead.
How am I attacking Paul when I've done everything I can to distance myself from the conversation, to take the high road, and he has been relentless for at least the last 6 months? How am I attacking Paul? How is that an attack? So you don't know the dynamic between me and Paul. You're assuming things likely on things that you've seen, things you perceived, things you've heard, and narratives that have been formed. The reality is you don't know what kind of relationship, if anything, Paul or I had. So to classify me as attacking him is your opinion at most. Go ahead.
Okay. That's fair. All I'm saying to you is the tactics, from my opinion, from both sides, you and him, it's good for your channel and your point, and which is fair game. So when you come on Jack's show and present an idea about the whole situation and get into it and maybe go a little bit hard on Paul, I feel like there is something to it where you are expecting something else to come back from Paul, like a push and pull thing.
No, here's the thing. You can just keep saying that because that's the game he's playing. I'm here speaking for myself because they're relentless. Tariq, you don't understand every word. Look, I know this is the internet, right? But I'm identifying the particular trolls that are relentless, okay? That are obsessed with me, bro. Tariq, I come on my show. I do a 3-hour show. I monologue for the first 90 fucking minutes. It's just me up there. And then I open a panel. Do you understand? Occasionally people come up here and they bring Paul's name up, and he'll naturally be a topic of a conversation. But to say I attack Paul is patently not true, and there's no evidence to support it. I'm not in his circles whatsoever. I don't show up at his channels, okay? I don't show up at his minions channels. Okay. Now, if you want to claim that, like, I don't know, is Jack some way owned by Paul? No, that's a narrative that Paul spun. Jack is an independent entity. You want to know why I came on here, Tariq? If you want to know the truth, I came on here because I'm going to start streaming on Monday the same time as Jack. And I came on here to tell him that and let him know. And Jack knows it was one of the first things I said when I came on. I haven't been on Jack's panel in months. Like Jack said, I haven't been on. I may have been on his show twice in all these years. And I stay away from this because I know the group that hangs out here. And I've told Jack that I stay away from his channel because of the people that he lets in. But the reality is, Tariq, I came on here because I'm going to be coming on at 6 o'clock daily. And that I used to do a morning show, and it's going to be the same time as Jack. And I came on here to let him know that is in no way an affront to him. And I would actually like to collaborate him. And it is in no way me trying to upstage him. That's why I came on, Tariq, if you want to know the truth, okay? So
I got a question for you. Go ahead, when you're done.
Go ahead, bro. I want to have a conversation with you. I don't want to railroad you in the convo, okay? I do that sometimes.
No, you're good. So, me and Paul got into it over the women thing, okay? Over the disrespect and, disrespecting, like, many women and stuff like that, right? And you also brought Jennifer up today. So you both kind of have the same, I don't know if it's the feeling or the same view. Does that resonate or no?
Well, I don't know his view, but what I would say is it seems that, look, I've voiced that what I did previously, okay, that I see it a bit different. I see when a woman enters this arena and she presents herself as Jennifer has and as Bex have, that they become subject to the same scrutiny as anybody else and are subject to no, special treatment. But I do understand what you're saying is that there's a masculine and there's a feminine, there's male and female, and in some way the female should be, I guess, for lack of a better term, protected, or there should be an understanding. But here's the thing, Tariq, why shouldn't everybody deserve respect? So here's my point, Tariq. If you have a problem with the way Paul speaks to women, why don't you have a problem with the way Paul speaks to men? Isn't it just really a problem with the way he speaks? Okay, so why make it about the women? Why not address it as I have an issue with the way you speak to people? Because what he does, he attacks people and their character, okay? He goes after people's character. So then when people do it back to him in retaliation or defense or in some way to show another sense that they're basically standing up for themselves, okay, he then claims the victim, and then I'm sure you've seen it at this point, Tariq.
No,
and
I
then
see.
all
I
the followers. Well,
I promise you, Z. I promise you, I have watched Paul so much. I have studied him. I know his tactics. I know his things. I know his weaknesses. All the stuff, from my opinion. All right. So you're right. It should be both ways. Men and women, if they get attacked, it should be fair game. I agree with you 100% on that. Yeah, I do. But here's the thing. As a man, if you're the man and you're trying to lead anybody, men, women, to the right place and give them consciousness and all that, and I know you talk about all that. If a woman, for example, gets in a beef with you and she's not, she may be emotional. Maybe something's going on and she says something new. I don't think as a man, you or Paul should ever stoop to that level where you take a jab at the woman. That's just my point, my opinion. I don't know how you feel about that.
Look, I can see the saying that all truths are half truths. I see what you're saying. I can see the truth in what you're saying. Okay. I don't accept it as absolute because I could point to a million different subjective circumstances where I could argue against it. Okay. But your point is well made. By nature, I agree with what you're saying. But the reality is we're living in an inverted world. Okay. So what is a man to do? So let me ask you, Tariq, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? So can a woman make false claims about you that are going to put you in jail? So Tarek, I imagine you're a heterosexual male. I imagine you've been in a number of sexual relationships. I can only assume. Okay. You probably had your button pushed by women. Have you ever had an encounter with law enforcement officials where a woman has lied against you, and how did you handle it? I can't hear you if you're talking.
That was a big question for him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So not only I handle it perfectly, I'm going to give you a real life story that happened to me. Right. I had a woman I was with for 2 years, and I don't know. One day she just snapped. All right. She had a lot going on. I was trying to help her out. She snapped. Not only she hit me and punched me for no reason. She had a moment where she just lost it and tried to choke me for like 15, 20 seconds. I still never, ever, laid a hand on her, try to calm her down.
All right. Well, what if she had a knife? But you can see how that could have went bad. Okay, so in that circumstance where you knew she couldn't physically, what if she had a knife? What if she had a gun? Well, I'm just
she had a knife.
Hold on, because look, you're making an absolute statement, and I'm showing you that it doesn't hold up to reality. It doesn't hold up to practice, and it could actually be problematic. Your point is well made. Okay, there should be a deference to women in many different ways. But I can point to many other ways to show you. And the reality is you obviously have a very strict line, because all I did was mention Jennifer's name. I didn't say anything disparaging about her. And Bex, I went in on her very light, and you seem to have a very strong response.
Yes, with Bex. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. But with Bex, I'm just going to let you know, I like Bex as a person. I think she's pure. She got a beautiful heart. She's beautiful. And on top of that, she does speak from the bottom of her heart. And I see I can feel what she's trying to give people in terms of a message that nobody's seeing sometimes. Okay.
No, I agree with that. That makes two of us. I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah. So when you attacked her that day, yeah. When you attacked her a little bit softly, it was a soft jab at London. I can't, just me, my human spirit, I can't let nobody bully, especially any woman, and especially Bex. I just had a...
Right. You might want to look at that, though, Tarek, though. That could be a projection. I don't want to get all psychological and stupid.
Yeah, I got you.
You might want to look into that, dude, because...
I think...
Go ahead, Bex.
I just wanted to say that, I did a thing on emotional maturity, and I have matured a lot out here since I came out here, and it's a lifelong path to emotional maturity, and it comes down to learning how to perform your emotions. We talk about men being rational and women being emotional, when in fact, most of the time what we see as emotional immaturity is what we're calling feminine. The behavior of men learning to rationalize their feelings away at 5 years old has actually made men hyper value rationality, to the point of even when I was being rational and performing my emotions just like any other man would, I'm called feminine. So I'm not a man. But what I would like to say, and then so I came in saying, I was thinking, what about nurturing, right? If there is a role here that is different, you guys are more warrior, we are more nurturing. And I do think that there's a level of stunting that happens between us because of that.
I think she's gone, Jack.
No, I touched her. I touched the echo cancellation. Your audio dropped out a minute, Bex.
That was so dramatic. I think she's gone, Jack.
Yeah, turn off the echo cancellation so I can hear Bex again.
I'm try again, Bex, please.
Could you hear it? I'm sure she'll come right back.
There's nothing we can do for her, man. I tried everything. She's gone.
Okay, no problem. We'll wait until she comes back.
Go ahead, sister, please. Sorry for the interruption. That was me. I hope you have your thought.
I lost my thought. Where were we at?
Well, it seems like we're talking about the dynamic between men and women, right? It kind of seems like the masculine and the feminine, and roles, and how rules around that.
God bless. Thank you. Are you there, Bex?
Am I back? Mic check.
Yeah.
Mic check. No. Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so I know that all I was saying is that, we do tend to classify these things into very hard lines. And, we also are a bunch of people who don't tend to have families, aren't necessarily in the family hierarchy, and maybe some of our sadness is actually now trying to to romanticize something that actually Benton says was never actually the case. What I'm trying to say here is that, you know, the counterculture against the situation with Paul, right? So, and I know I said I was a cult level 10 back in the day. You know, I definitely have tried my best to network with all of the community out here, but I'm confused at the group mentality and the group optics. You know, the way that the people perceive this whole dynamics is so great that, for instance, does that mean that when Z starts streaming along with Paul, or along the same time as Jack, if Z's collaborating with Jack and Paul wants to collaborate with Jack, this is all up to Jack. I'm just saying that as an audience member who really respects you all, you know, if I'm over in Paul's chat and then over in Z's chat, does that mean that Z thinks that I'm not worthy of watching you? Like,
Bex, here's the thing. Look, the reality is the audience is the audience. This seems to be the panel verse. Okay, nobody's really like that. We're talking about people's behaviors, Bex. We're talking about the way people conduct themselves, the things they say, and the lack of accountability to people's words. All right, that's what we're talking about. This isn't, you know that he said, she said. Look, there's certain groups that have that mob mentality. Okay, if you see that on somebody's channel, that's the way they're going to operate it. Bex, there's a bunch of streamers. There's only a certain amount of hours in the day. If we all live here in the United States with 3 different time zones, what is there, maybe 18 hours to stream in? Really? You know, so everybody's going to be streaming over top of each other. It's limited and short-sighted, Bex, to even conjecture it like that. See, like what you said, I heard what you said, but like I'm not even thinking on that level because it's so short-sighted. It's so limiting to even think like that. It's a huge internet. It's a huge world. We're talking about 2,000 people in this panelverse. I don't care how many subs people want to buy. You look at the numbers, you can see who's watching and when. This isn't a huge group. So it's crazy because, see, Jack, I see this group as special. I see the Talcotts, the Tareks, and yes, even the Pauls and the Steves and the Bexes and London Man who's here, we haven't even given him a chance to say 2 fucking words. I'm sure he's busy. I'm sure he's busy blowing zoots or whatever he's doing with his trees. But look, here's the thing. This is a special group of people. All right. I don't think this is a LARP like some people see it. I see this as a conscious community of people who are awakening and awoke, who have unique perspectives and unique talents. It's what I was saying before this whole conversation got derailed, is that we have energy here that we can harness and that we can use. But here's the thing, Bex. People are playing power games with each other and control games. So if certain content creators want to play gang stalking narrative, if they want to lie, if they want to dox, okay, if they want to spread false truths about people, okay, don't be surprised when other people don't want to participate. It's incredibly arrogant to insinuate yourself on somebody else. This is what this is about, Bex. This is power fucking games, all right? Paul, if somebody doesn't roll to Paul, he tries to make them a joke. But when I'm content,
I agree with you.
Bex,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Z.
No, go ahead.
I totally agree with you. There's one thing I want to say.
Talking if you don't interrupt me, go ahead.
No, I know. Here's one thing I totally agree with you. Okay, I have been a big supporter of Paul, and I see the chat sometimes saying some stupid stuff, but I'll clear up for them. That, for example, me myself, right? We, had a little issue with Paul about the women thing and the monograph. That's the only 2 things I disagreed with, right? All of a sudden, he Nazi blocked me, banned me from the chat, and also start talking about me because we had a little disagreement on some things. Now, he had many disagreement with Snafu and other people, but he lets them go on because he wants their content. So he puts people on the panel to get content as he wishes. Then he'll, make him feel good. Then he'll may not make him feel good. Then he'll, bash him and stuff. So I totally disagree with you. That's why I told Paul, and I said it in the chat, God of all media, to me right now, is God of all hypocrites. Because you're not standing for all the truth. I'm not saying he does not stand for the truth, You are not standing for what you're saying, Paul. I'm not saying that directly to you. I wish you were here so I can talk to you so we can get this out of the way,
Oh,
because you seem like you're into your feelings. Having me Nazi blocked, not on the channel, banned from both, whatever. That's just like childish.
oh, dealing with Paul is simpler than you think. So he doesn't like wishy-washy people. Just go harder on him.
No, I still respect Paul to a certain degree. I'm not saying I don't. He is very bright. He knows what he's doing. I know he's got a lot on his plate. I'm not saying no. But Paul, I had a lot of respect for you. And the reason why I'm not attacking you, saying what I'm saying from the bottom of my heart is because I lost respect for you, and it bothers me because I see through you now a little more.
Hey, Tariq, join the club, Tariq. You're just where all of us are, just on the fucking other stage, dude. Join the fucking club,
Yeah,
dude.
I mean,
You
come
and
on,
almost
dude,
everybody else up here, dude. When you start to see through the bullshit and you start to see the dysfunction, it becomes very clear. Nobody can take away his ability to get up there and give an oration, okay? But the reality is, if you break it down, Tariq, it's just basic soft sit 101. If you really want to know the truth, dude, okay? He just is embodying a certain thing. All right. So let's not fucking get it twisted. It ain't about nothing but him. It's just about him. It's not about his message. See, he's equated himself with the truth. And I want to point this out, Jack, is all the people who complain about the looping, but yet you have over 100 people here. Okay. When we were talking, Jack, when we were talking about God, there was 18 people in your chat, Jack, for an hour.
But yes.
Okay, maybe 29, 28. You understand, Jack? Maybe it got to 40. But when the numbers double and triple, but you have the balls to say you complained about looping, get a hold of yourselves. You want to talk about hypocrisy? This is where the conversation is here, okay? The panel here are talking about a certain thing. This is just where it's at. If Jack doesn't like it, he can get rid of all of us and do whatever the fuck he wants, okay? Stop it, people. It's the victim mindset. And the reality...
Hey, actually, speaking of, I know you just got here, JG, and it is time to wrap it up. Okay, we could continue this for quite a while, but I think it's.
We love you, Jack. Jack, you're beloved at this point.
Z, do you mind sticking around to be the last with final words?
It'd be my pleasure, Jack.
I appreciate that. Can I ask
Jack,
from the rest of you, please, final words, and we'll start dropping out. Go ahead, Tarek.
No, I just want to say something to Steve too, because he said something earlier about me being culted up. I'm not culted up anymore, Steve. I see through the things and whoever that is. And I seen somebody said in the chat, like, why don't you go on Paul's panel and speak to him about that? Sir, I have actually said to Paul like 4 times, I will go on your panel and discuss it. He has declined it. So peace. It was nice talking to you, Z. I know we haven't. I never talked to you before one-on-one. I'm sure I'll probably talk to you on your broad show, and we'll go from there. And then Jack, thank you for having me on, and everybody have a good night.
Respect, Tarek. Thank you, brother. God bless. Cecil, Hank,
Skip.
Leslie.
Shit. Yeah, man. I think some people, once they get the spotlight on them, it like alters their ego and personality, and people start like, what was it? I think Jim Morrison said he was like, yeah, when I have a big audience on me, I have to like start exaggerating my actions. A lot of people get a lot more dramatic.
You become a caricature. You become a caricature, and I'm sure many of us could relate to that. Then I get what you're saying, dude. I get what you're saying.
An animated exaggeration of themselves.
Right.
Yep. That's what a caricature is.
Right. Like when you go and exactly, it's exaggerated. It's your features, but exaggerated and lampooned pretty much.
Well, right, but you got to watch it because some people are pretty freaking ugly just by themselves as they are without the camera on themselves. You know what I mean?
You said it, man. You said it, dude.
You got
it. Anyway, I just wanted to remind everybody that I'm actually starting to upload like conspiracy-based video game content over on my channel. Like I'm digging through some of the old archives of games that came out like around the turn of the century, and some prophetic stuff in there. And I'm Apocalypse Fetish on YouTube, and maybe I'll explain that name at some point. But anyway, you guys take it easy.
Respect, Cecil. Thank you, brother. Steve, Bex.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out, Jack. Z is good seeing you, Jack, as usual. You guys were talking about God in the beginning, and it turned into Paul because that's what he does. That's how he drives his revenue apparently. But I look at people, and if you're a good person, you should feel bad. He should feel bad the way that he talks to people and treats people, but he doesn't feel bad. So that's how I know he's not a good person, because a good person wouldn't treat people the way he does and then not feel a little remorseful of being an asshole.
Right.
Like he doesn't care. So that's the bottom line. As usual, good to see y'all. I'm out.
Respect, Steve. Thank you, brother. Have a great night.
I'll follow that. I just want to say I've seen the way that Steve just articulated that Paul speaks to everyone. I've been spoken to that way by every man out here almost, and I just ask people to check whether they could ever see Paul as being sincere, so, and if you can't see someone through sincere eyes, then why would you listen to them? Because to me, it's just like, I don't know, it's just that then you're looking at a hopeless situation, and I'm not a hopeless person. So, I really appreciate each and every one of you and how you've influenced my life, but I know I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to not hit links because I'm concerned about everybody else's views and them concerned about Bex being confused, So I appreciate the strength and fortitude in each and every one of us and the intelligence in each and every one of us. And, I do not see Paul Unslaved has done anything different to me than anybody else out here that's done those kinds of things to me personally. Right. And there's many men that haven't. So, again, I may be taking up too much time here, and I'm sorry, Jack, you're very patient, but I really appreciate each and every one of you, including Paul Unslaved, and I'll continue to grow on this metaverse with you all, and much love to you. God bless you, Jack, and every one of you and all your chat members, and Paul and London and Z and Venus and Cynthia and everybody. I love you all. See you later. Bye for now.
Much love, sister. Thank you.
Peace, Bex.
London?
Hey.
You've been quiet, man. But your energy is a smooth, I appreciate you being here. Just your smooth energy. It brings calm. Please, what are your thoughts?
Okay. I'm quite I was actually doing a bit of research. That's why I was late to the party. I was doing some work backstage with Tony, we were going over some things. But I would have liked to join when it was you guys with Paul, maybe things would have turned out a bit different. We would have probably, come to an understanding on something, build on something. Because you lot was talking about God, right? And that is a good topic to, come together on and talk about. So that's a shame. But other than that, hey, happy to be here. Just to listen to Z go off, I fucking love it.
It's an honor, dude. Yes, agreed. All right.
It's all right.
Salute,
we'll talk, man. It's always good to hear from London, man.
I'm gonna throw you up from there, and sincerely, brother, sincerely,
Jack,
it has been an honor and a pleasure to share.
And just so the crowd knows, Jack knew what he was doing when he let Paul up here with me. He knew that was going to let the floodgates open. He understands exactly what he's doing. But I came here with open eyes, Jack. I've avoided your channel for a while for certain reasons, not because I don't like you. It's because I'm trying to distance myself from certain energies. But the reality is, Jack, there's no hiding from certain energies. We're all here. Okay. We're all front and center. Look at us, and we've made a decision to be here, Jack. Right? You and I have made a decision to come here consistently and present ourselves for good or for bad. Whatever fucking comes from it, right? And all the crazy dynamics that happen in between. I just want to, emphasize my thought is that that we keep our eye on the greater goal here. Stop limiting ourselves. They're just limiting us with the algorithms. They're trying to make all this division. I see it with Jack. When Jack tries to take a higher course, there's always energy that's going to bring it down. The same thing's happening to me. All right. I'm just going to keep out here speaking my truth. Jack's going to speak what he, feels is true. There's an objective truth, but we all have our opinions on it. It's another thing, Jack. This idea of that we can know what truth is, maybe it's about identifying what the lie is, because I might not know what the truth is, but I could sure identify a lie, right? So once we uncover this lie, then we uncover that lie, and we could pull the rock back and expose a lot of the deception. We give people an opportunity to make their own decision regarding truth. And that's where I am in my journey. I'm not going to come out and tell people that I know what truth is and I have a market on all things true. But what I can tell people is maybe I could show you a lie. If I begin to show you a lie, like we were saying earlier, Jack, if we can challenge our fundamental belief system, we can challenge our preconceptions, maybe we can facilitate some change, because that's what we really want. Whether it's Paul or Z or Talcott or whoever, we see a world that is in need of remedy. We see a course of action and we see where things are going. We all likely have a certain intent, but we all come in this with our own belief systems. Challenge what you believe. Don't be afraid to call a lie out for being a lie. Stand in truth. And at least we have an opportunity, Jack. But I love you, Jack. I love you. I can get on here and just keep yapping, brother.
Brother, do me a favor. We've got an opportunity. I want your logo next to mine, at least for just a moment. Can you go off screen? I mean, just off cam, I mean. There we go. There we go. See, now there's something about this right there, right? The two men behind those two logos, there's something fucking amazing to be found behind those two logos right there. So it sounds like coming up on Monday, brothers and sisters, I know there's a lot of loyalty in the listeners and the viewers. And so Monday, I really don't mind. I enjoy that you may be sharing time. I hope it's a good fit for you and your schedule. I'm looking at adapting my own. So we're going to figure this out. And I actually notice a lot of the views I get are after the stream is done. The stream views.
So here's the thing, Jack. I thought that too, but I think the way YouTube tallies the views, it might not be that those views are coming afterwards. It might be that YouTube is just slow tallying the views, but I could be wrong, dude. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I get what you're saying, Jack. There's only so much time in the day, man, to come on and stream.
I know.
And like I said, that's the reason I came on, because I didn't want it to be like this whole thing. Oh, it was Z's fucking no. This is when I want to stream. So either I'm going to step on Jack's toes or London Man's or anybody else whose content I like. The reality is we can't look at it like that. Anybody looking like that is limited, and we should probably just use these opportunities to create with the people who we want to, use these opportunities to grow, and let's fucking do this, Jack. We're already knee deep, Jack. There's no turning back for you, Talcott, just like me. There's no place to go from here, dude. We're already in.
Brother, this is my point. That's what people don't understand about me. It doesn't matter about their opinions of the past or what they think of me today. I'm all in. I'm committed. I'm like, this is my life. I don't have a choice to give up. Those choices those were a long time ago. Hey, brother, I'm going to wrap up without you do my final words. So
much love, Jack. Love you, man. Peace out, bro.
Sincerely, thank you for joining us. What an honor. Zetetic Warriors, he's been away from the YouTube for a little bit, and you know how to reach. And I do want to get back to just a couple of points though regarding, and it does connect to everything that happened and everything that we experienced together today. Sincerely plant this seed of truth. Accept this as a truth. Okay? It is God that does the work. And God is love. Love is the I am. The I am and the love that is it's all emanations and expressions from God. So it is God that does the work. It is God that brought us together today, revealed the day for us, and through the energies of love, what we chose to do together was brought here for us all, right? And there was just a last couple of things. Oh, at 38 here. Oh, he does a great job here. It's God that does the
Give the
work.
ego a place to stand. Be humble. Be humble. Be humble.
Be humble.
And if you're humble, can you be dishonest to people?
Nope. Can't be
If you're
dishonest.
humble, can you be
when you're humble.
dishonest to yourself?
No.
Of course not.
You're authentic when you're humble.
Honesty is a quality of humility.
Yep.
When you become humble, honesty will be there. It's very humble to be honest. It's very arrogant to be dishonest, right? If you're humble, can you be impatient with people? Patience is a quality of humility. It's very arrogant to be impatient with others, isn't it? My time is more important than your time.
Right.
It's about will be there.
Yep.
It's very humble to be honest. It's very arrogant to be dishonest, right?
Yes.
If you're humble, can you be impatient with people? Patience is a quality of humility. It's very arrogant to be impatient with others, isn't it? My time is more important than your time. It's about what I want to do, and I don't want to be here. Arrogance. So patience is also a quality of humility. Can you be harsh towards other people, angry at people if you're humble? Gentleness is also a quality of humility.
See, this is what I'd like people to recognize. Please, I've got there's a lot of accusers out there in this experience that we've been sharing who want to claim that I'm narcissistic, that I'm completely egoic. And egoic and narcissistic, those are arrogant displays of selfishness. Arrogant displays of selfishness are not quite humble. But I present to you who I am, that I am honest. I hope you see my patience. I demonstrate the gentleness that I am able. And I've been growing in this over the past several years, brothers and sisters. This can be found through all of us. Humility, honesty, patience, gentleness, trust. Those things are divine. Sincerely, they are. And they're all available in these moments, here and now.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It keeps no record of wrongs. It does not brag. It does not boast. It does not seek to be right.
Yeah, right? Love is patient. Doggone it.
Love is patient.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It's not boastful. How many people do you see so filled with pride? I mean, this is what today was. Admittedly, we saw reactions from the past, but it's a direct result of some of the lack of love that has been shared between some of the people involved, right? But each of us can grow in our love. Each of us can grow in our patience, our kindness, our humility.
Love is kind. It keeps no record of wrongs. It does not brag. It does not boast. It does not seek to be right. Love always trusts. Love always forgives. Love always overcomes negativity. Love is humble in every way. Meaning when you're truly in the heart.
Hey, brothers and sisters, once again, what I was sharing there, this video, it is linked in the description. It's from Aaron Abke and his 4D University. He does a wonderful job. I found a lot of value in what I've found from him. So I encourage you, check him out, check out his other work, check out the video. That's what I was sharing there. It ties together his focus on the direct and indirect paths. It is to being with love. And brothers and sisters, love is present in the here and now. Love is existence. If you think about these thoughts for yourself and consider them, these will actually, Melanie, you crack me up, sister. Can I get a leg rub? Certainly. I was thinking about this earlier, about how I might be able to help others understand how they can rub their legs. But you know what? Just do it. Dig into your shins and your calves and your thighs and your hips and your back and your shoulder blades and dig into your body. It's your body, specially created for you. You get to do with it what you want. And since God is here to serve us, God has served us all with the free will to do what we want. And if you learn how to bring pleasure into your body, I think, you know what? Never mind. Let me not drift too far off. Being in love means being in the present, letting the past go, finding the way to forgive, to accept, to just let go. And I've got a lot of ideas on this topic. We can continue this tomorrow. I'm going to wrap this up. Brothers and sisters, sincerely. Oh, a couple of things I wanted to thank. I've been doing a poor job. Sincerely, thank you for those who contributed financially, who contributed with the chat. Jimmy Shively, congratulations to you, brother. Almost a month. You are now an inspiration for me. Okay. And I respect and appreciate what you're doing. I'm sitting here and, I'm living in the moment and I'm grateful for where I'm at. The good feelings are the key. That's what I know. The key is humility. That's what I'm offering. Becoming humble to receive, to accept the divine presence, the divine gift that is the love available right now. The key is humility. I want to thank the donors, and I want to sincerely encourage you to encourage and invite you to join my adventure. Help me. If you can think about it, if you have the desire, you want these things to reach greater platforms, please help me. Reach out to other people, other creators. Maybe you're into an algorithm where there's other opportunities, other people who enjoy talking about these topics: forgiveness, love, peace, changing this world, because that's what I'm all about. Sincerely, thank you for joining once again. And for those who stick around, I'm going to forward you over to another co-creator, Flow State. He's already been going for a while now. So sincerely, thank you again, brothers and sisters. Choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. Thank you, and God bless us all.